at, my phone comes up, 10:02 a.m. In the DPSST boardroom. We'll call for committee introduction. Excuse me. Let's read this ahead of time, and then we'll call for committee introductions. This is a public meeting subject to public meeting law, and it will be digitally recorded. Deliberation of issues will only be conducted by the Corrections Policy Committee members unless permitted by the chair. Remember to always state your name for the record. For cases dealing with denial or revocation, only information contained in the staff report can be considered once the staff report is adopted. Assumptions, outside knowledge, or personal experiences should not be included in any discussion. Individuals who engage in disruptive behavior that impedes official business will be asked to stop being disruptive or to leave the meeting. Additional measures may be taken to have disruptive individuals removed if their continued presence poses a safety risk to other persons in the room or makes it impossible to continue the meeting. Call for introductions.
All right, when I call on you, please state your name and who you represent for the record. We'll start with you, Chair Hunter.
Nick Hunter, Marion County Sheriff, representing the OSSA.
Mr. Cameron.
Jennifer Cameron, representing non-management parole and probation.
And then online, we have member Aldridge.
Josh Aldridge, Jackson County Sheriff's Office, representing the OSSA Jail Command Council.
Thank you. Member Bowden.
Margaret Bowden, non-management corrections.
Member Frasco.
Gloria Frasco, Department of Corrections and AFSCME.
Member Frost. Oh, your microphone is turned off.
Sorry about that. Officer Frost, Oregon Department of Corrections at Snake River, non-management, AFSCME.
Thank you. Member Hartford.
Mike Hartford, Marion County Sheriff's Office, representing Oregon Association of Community Correction Directors.
Member Mays.
Mike Mays, non-management, Department of Corrections.
Our newest member, Phillips. Sorry, self-introduction.
Matt Phillips, Classic County Sheriff, representing Oregon Sheriffs.
Thank you. And then we have member Stephen.
Brian Stephen, Oregon Department of Corrections, representing Director Mike Reese.
And then back online, member Tabor.
John Tabor, Professional Development Unit Administrator for the Department of Corrections.
Thank you. And now for staff introductions, Juan Lopez, Executive Assistant, DPSST.
Melissa Langbacho, DPSST Professional Standards Case Coordinator.
Cindy Park, DPSST.
Catherine Kelpine, DPSST.
Marie Atwood, DPSST.
Jennifer Howell, DPSST.
Sam Terry.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll start with the meeting minutes from November 12th and December 16th. Did everyone have a chance to view those minutes? And are there any discussions, amendments, changes that anyone sees for those minutes? Hearing nothing, we'll just call for a consensus vote. No objections. To anyone have any objection to the meeting minutes? Seeing none, we'll call that a consensus. We will move on. We'll start with administrative closures, and I will pass this over to Melissa.
Thank you. Melissa Langbacho for the record. Good morning, Chair and Policy Committee members. The department prepared an administrative closure of a professional standards case for the committee's consideration. The department is seeking a vote to accept or return the case to the committee for further review. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. Any discussion regarding the administrative closure that's being proposed by DPSST? Nick Hunter for the record. So I saw the initial part that there was discussion about misconduct, and then we moved to separation, and then DPSST is recommending this based on separation. My question was around the misconduct allegations that were there before, and whether this is something that should be presented actually to the entire committee as a staff report on the misconduct. That's my question. I guess I feel like the misconduct is just sort of left out there and not being addressed potentially.
Melissa Langbacho for the record. I don't know if it helps at all in that discussion. The First paragraph on that administrative closure just describes how we opened a professional standards case. And then the next paragraph is the misconduct that the agency identified. So the agency interpreted, not DPSST, the separating agency, identified that as misconduct on our form. And we reviewed that information and didn't find moral witness violations. Totally understand where you're coming from and would be happy to provide all the information to the committee if desired.
This is Marie Atwood for the record. Just for clarification for our members, including our newest member. Typically, when we send something to the committee as an admin closure, it's because there wasn't anything we as an agency thought would be actionable. However, it has occurred in the past where the committee is interested in seeing more information because based on what's in the admin closure report, some of you may believe there could be an actionable misconduct violation. If you think based on that report that there could be something actionable and you'd like us to release the full case file information to you for further review, we can reschedule the case as a regular staff report with the case packet at the next meeting. So it wouldn't be the first time that something like that has happened, that the committee would like more information about what we've classified as an admin closure in the event that you see a possible violation could be present. So.
Brian Sutton for the record with the question, really, if we didn't review this now, or if this was not reviewed now, however, this person applied for a job somewhere else in the future and this came up, would the date, if we reviewed it, be from that date or from this date going forward if there were any sanctions or recommendation?
Thank you, Jennifer Howell. Just point of clarification, with the administrative closure action, if that is approved, then DPSST would no longer look back at this conduct. It would no longer be cause to open a case. So upon hire at a new agency in the future, the agency would contact DPSST for records. There would be indication that we received the separation. We'd be able to provide what we had about the separation. They'd be able to check with the previous employer about why they separated that individual. So they'd be able to look at it through the background investigation and consider it as part of their hiring practice. As an administrative closure, it would no longer be grounds for a case before the committee. But and I don't know if it would be helpful to review what is in the memo about what that agency found. That paragraph that say what it was and we determined that it wasn't part of our misconduct, dishonesty, or misuse of authority.
So kind of for the record, I don't think we got that paragraph. All we got was a single line.
The review was based on use of leave without pay. And the department determined that based on the information that the separation didn't violate the board's moral fitness standards.
Okay, Nick, kind of for the record, so clarifying that the misconduct identified by MCSO in this case, and I'll clarify that, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office in this case, since it's not my MCSO, was the absent from work leave without pay. That was the misconduct itself.
Correct. That was the only information that they provided to us. And anecdotally, it seems like different agencies interpret the check boxes on our separation forms differently. I know we tried to clarify it's just for misconduct. But what misconduct means to me might be different than other agencies.
Nick, that doesn't actually confuse me when it gets to misconduct around leave without pay and how you get to leave without pay. So
Matt Phillips, for the record, Protected leave can be evaluated independent of paid leave Oregon, which is a different process. So I wonder if that's the right standard with which MCSO used to determine there was discipline or misconduct, I should say. Very confusing to me.
Catherine McAlpine, for the record, sometimes leave without pay can have a dishonesty connotation to it, depending on, which I think, Chair, is what you're getting at, is was there enough information? Generally, that's what the team is going to look for, is any assertion by the separating agency during this process when they're investigating leave without pay. Was there any intentional dishonesty, deceit, things of that nature? And lacking something like that, it may violate their policy, not violate misconduct. And I think generally we would want to tie it in with dishonesty if we could prove it, but I'm assuming there was no tie to that.
I didn't see that in the record. So.
Yeah. But as I think as Marie said, if it's still something you guys want to put eyes on, exactly how they articulate it, you're well within your scope to ask to see the entire thing.
Kind of for the record, thank you for the clarifications. Any further discussion? Without further discussion, I will entertain a motion regarding the administrative closure. The administrative closures. I was just going to entertain a motion. I did not know whether that motion to approve or
Jennifer Cameron, I'm not ready to make a motion, but it does seem that there's some confusion and maybe some clarification is warranted in this case, just to be sure there isn't potentially any dishonesty or things like that potentially involved. Just the way it's worded is pretty unclear. So I guess I'll make a motion that we, I don't know how to word it, gather more information on this case just to verify and clarify that administrative closure would be appropriate, no other further.
So
If
Nick Hunter, your motion would be then that you would like this sent back to staff to complete a staff report and then present it to us at the next CPC meeting.
Yes, that's an excellent way to word it as well. All of that information.
Matt Phillips, second.
All right, we're voting on a motion to return the administrative closures consent agenda to staff for review. Chair Hunt.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. We will move on to our professional standards case review for clarification on your agenda. We do have 4 individuals that are here this morning to provide testimony to the committee. So we will move in the order of, I'm going to try and get this right, Sifu Balam, and then Austin Wilcox, Alexander Navruzov, and finally, DeAndre Brown will be the first 4, and then we'll move back to the agenda as stated. And I know Mr. Balam is online. For Mr. Balam, you will have 5 minutes to share any information that you would like for the committee members to consider during the deliberation of your case. Your time will be monitored by a clock. And Cindy has the clock and she will make that sure that's in a point where you can see it. At the conclusion of your statement, you may choose to remain in the room during deliberations or online where you are, but you will not be permitted to ask any questions or provide any additional comments for this case. Do you understand those rules?
I do.
Okay. Then I will next move this over to Melissa to provide us with the case synopsis.
Melissa Langbacher for the record. The department opened a professional standards case to review Sefu Balam's termination from the Marion County Sheriff's Office after he was found to have falsified a wellness check entry. The department found information supporting a moral fitness violation for dishonesty, and that Balam intentionally falsified a record to reflect that he conducted a wellness check at a time when he did not conduct a check. The department is seeking disposition in the case from the committee. Mr. Balam provided written information for the committee to consider in advance and is here to provide a verbal statement as well.
Thank you, Melissa. Just 1 minute before you get started. Nick, kind of for the record, I need to recuse myself from this case and the deliberations of this case. I was the decision maker in this case. And so I will still be able to run the sort of process.
MC.
Yeah, MC. Sure, I'll be the MC and I'll run the process, but I'll recuse myself from all deliberations. So with that, back to Cindy and Mr. Balam. Cindy's going to have your time, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good morning, Chair, and the member of the committee. I accept responsibility for the inaccurate documentation that occurred. I understand that the accuracy and the transparency in custodian records are essential to public records, to public trust. I regret this lapse in judgment, in my judgment. This incident led me to strengthen my documentation practices, including independent verification, immediate disclosure of any delay or uncertainty. This was not reflective of my overall services to this agency. I am committed to upholding the standard expected of me in my profession. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Balam. Okay. Looking for consensus to adopt the record. Any objections to adopting this record? Okay. Consensus to adopt the record. We will then move on to a discussion of aggravating or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and identify whether it is an aggravating or a mitigating factor that you are presenting.
Brian Steffen, for the record, doing checks and counts in a timely manner are some of the most important things that correctional officers do. Is an aggravating factor. Another aggravating factor is the trust put into law enforcement and correctional officers is pretty paramount to us being able to do our jobs. When one person is untruthful, it affects everybody, all the law enforcement. Another aggravating is that Sefu Balam, in his career, had previously been, it was in the training record provided, field training officer as well, where he had instilled the importance of honesty to other trainees. He knew better.
Mike Hartford, for the record, the intentional dishonesty put the safety and security of the institution and the offenders under his care at risk.
Just for clarification, Commander, that was an aggravating or a mitigating factor?
Aggravating. Jennifer Cameron, for the record, an aggravating factor would be as well his years of experience. And also he had at one point been the rank of corporal, which means he should understand rules and policies specifically related to checks.
Phillips, for the record, aggravating. I was particularly troubled that he had discussed with his FTO the correct way to make these entries, and it was entered wrong after that discussion with the FTO. So he was on notice, and it makes it challenging for me to believe that this was a mistake. Had to have been intentional.
Josh Aldridge for the record. Aggravating circumstances, while I recognize both the verbal and written mitigation were entered into this file, I didn't see any accountability for the deliberate changes. I hear and read statements about inaccurate documentation. And then I also hear Mr. Ballin today mention lapse of judgment. And so those things conflict, kind of like Sheriff Phillips just mentioned, and lead me to believe that it was a very deliberate decision to enter the incorrect time. And I really don't hear any accountability for that part. So I would consider that an aggravating factor.
Any other aggravating or mitigating factors at this point? Also, when you get all caught up there, can you read that list back to us?
Yeah, I didn't hear any mitigating factors, but reported a few aggravating ones. The checks and counts for corrections officers need to be completed in a timely manner, and it's one of the most important tasks corrections officers do. Dishonesty and falsified checks reflect poorly on the profession as a whole. Mr. Ballin was a field training officer in the past and should have known that his conduct was not appropriate. He put the safety and security of the institution at risk. He was previously employed in public safety and should have known the proper steps to record tier checks and why it's important. He discussed with his field training officer how to enter the record properly and still chose to do it wrong. In his verbal and written mitigation, there was no accountability reflected, and his actions were intentional to leave out the information. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. With the aggravating or mitigating factors that were now presented, is there consensus to accept those factors as presented by Melissa, or more specifically, are there any objections?
Josh Aldridge for the record. One question, Vice Chair Cameron. I believe your statement was that he was a corporal in the past, and I heard Melissa read back that he was a field training officer. I just wanted to confirm that that was reflected appropriately.
That is correct. According to the records, he was a corporal within DOC.
Brian Steffen, for the record, you both.
With the amended language then of both corporal and field training officer, is there a general consensus to accept the mitigating and aggravating factors as listed? Okay. With consensus, we will move on to the staff report prepared, and that staff report listed dishonesty was the violation, the moral fitness violation that was listed. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to either affirm, modify, or negate the staff report as it was prepared. If you would like to modify the staff report, please ensure that you put your name on the record and your reasoning for why you want to make any modifications.
Josh Aldridge for the record. Ryan, you go ahead.
Brian Steffen, for the record, move that we accept as written and forward.
Josh Aldridge for the record, I would second that we accept.
Right, voting on a motion to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented. Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to, I will now entertain a motion to either take action or take no action on this case. Please state your name for the record and your reasoning.
Brian Stefan, for the record, I move that we take action based on the report and aggravating factors.
Margot Boat for the record, I second it.
We're voting on the motion to take action. Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
Excuse me.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
I will now either discussion or entertain a motion based on potential ineligibility period for this case, since it does involve dishonesty. The ineligibility period would be 3 years to a lifetime.
Mike Hartford, for the record, I move that we impose a lifetime ineligibility period based on the intentional dishonesty and the fact that he'd been employed in the profession for 5.5 years at that time and should have known better in several functions, FTO, corporal, and the intentional dishonesty that ultimately came about after that.
Matt Phillips, second.
We're voting on a motion to impose a lifetime ineligibility period. Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Ballin, for your time this morning. All right, we will move on to our next case is going to be Austin Wilcox. And so, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, I see you back here. Good morning. Mr. Wilcox, you will have 5 minutes to share any information you would like for the committee members to consider during the deliberation of your case. Your time will be monitored on the clock, and the clock's down here by Cindy, or it looks like Melissa's going to run the clock this time. At the conclusion of your statement, you may choose to remain in the room or you can leave if you'd like, but you will not be permitted to ask any questions or provide any additional comments after that 5-minute period. Any questions, or do you understand? Excellent. I will ask Cindy to do the case synopsis for us.
Mr. Chair, good morning, committee members. The department opened a professional standards case after receiving an F-28 criminal history form in which Austin Wilcox disclosed a criminal charge in Malheur County on February 9th, 2024. After being arrested by an Oregon State Police trooper, Wilcox provided a breath sample for testing with a resulting BAC of 0.17%. Wilcox was formally charged with 2 counts of DUII, reckless endangering another person, and reckless driving. Wilcox pled guilty to 1 count of DUII and recklessly endangering another person. On April 3rd, 2024, the remaining charges were dismissed. He entered into a diversion program and successfully completed that on April 4th, 2025, and the remaining charges were dismissed. Wilcox is employed with the Oregon Department of Corrections, but does not yet have his basic certification. In reviewing, the department found sufficient evidence to support moral fitness violations of misconduct. Wilcox pled guilty to DUII and recklessly endangering another person, a criminal disposition as defined in OAR 259-008-0059 as part of a deferred judgment with Malheur County Court. Wilcox threatened to harm persons and property when he drove his vehicle with a passenger inside while over the legal limit of alcohol. Officer Wilcox provided written mitigation for the committee's review and is here today to provide a verbal statement. Chair Hunter.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, Mr. Wilcox, your 5 minutes. We'll start now.
Yes, sir. Members of the Policy Committee, first off, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today upon myself. I'm here because of the DUII and reckless endangering of another person. I take full responsibility for my actions. There's no excuse for them. It was dangerous and I was at risk, and I fell below the standards of someone at public safety position as myself. Since the incident, I've taken deliberate steps to address my judgment and reinforce professional standards. I sought mentorship from experienced staff at SRCI. I joined the military committee with SRCI, the Special Drugs and Investigation Committee with SRCI. I completed the DPSST leadership course to get a better understanding of better decision making. I completed, as I said, I've completed all court mandated requirements and complied fully with legal process. While the charges were dismissed, I do not take that as like that was the end all be all of like bad decision making and I need to still work on accountability. What mattered to me was ensuring this incident led to real change in how I approach responsibility and decision making. As soon as the incident happened the following morning, I reported it to my immediate supervisor, HR, and the DPSST to show full transparency with the whole situation. I didn't want to hide anything. There was nothing to hide, you know. I reviewed the applicable DPSST and ODOC policies. I also took it upon myself to personally apologize to the Assistant Superintendent of SRCI, Mr. Ezra Haynes. For my accident, I also received a LOR, letter of reprimand from my institution, which reinforced the seriousness of the situation and the importance of accountability. For the past 2 years, I've continued working at SRCI without any incidents, on or off duty, and I remain aware of the trust is built over time and lost easily. I'm not asking the committee to overlook what happened. I'm asking you to consider the steps I've taken since the incident in the absence of repeat behavior and my commitment to meeting the standards of this profession. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to continue my career and to demonstrate through consistent actions that I've learned from my mistake and take responsibility for it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Looking for consensus, or better yet, are there any objections to adopting this record? So there is a general consensus to adopt this record. Move on to discussion of aggravating or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and whether you are identifying an aggravating or a mitigating factor.
John Tabor for the record. mitigating factor was his cooperation from the start, his transparency immediately following, and his follow through with all of what was required to get it resolved.
And Stefan, for the record, mitigating factors that he accepted full responsibility without making any excuses. He expressed remorse then, he's expressing remorse now. There are mitigating letters submitted by coworkers, including the sergeant. All mitigating factors.
Margo Bowden, for the record, mitigating factor, the completion of all required courses, and then him continuing his courses through SRCI.
Josh Aldrich, for the record, aggravating factor is that his conduct did put another person in danger, with that being the passenger in the vehicle.
And Matt Phillips, an aggravating factor is the high BAC, or it's the legal limit.
Nick Hunter, for the record, mitigating factor, a few mitigating factors. One, community involvement, and two, Mr. Wilcox's, I guess I will call it, I don't want to call it attempts because I believe it's something that was done, but engagement in multiple areas, whether it be committees that he's described or other things that he has done to not isolate himself away because of the incident, but to take the incident and become more involved because of it. Any other aggravating or mitigating factors?
Matt Phillips, this would be a mitigating. This one's going to sound a little bit weird. Based on sometimes staff seem to be able to call in sick for almost no reason. And he came in and reported what happened, which would be very difficult 11 and a half hours after being arrested. So that would be mitigating in my book.
Mike Hartford, for the record, and this is just a small aggravating factor, is that when the trooper initially asked him if he'd take a breath test, he refused to take a breath test. Then after further explanation in the next section, he did agree to take the breath test.
Jennifer Cameron, mitigating is the fact that he's still employed with DOC. He did get I don't know if it's mitigating that he got a letter of reprimand, but the fact that he has been disciplined and that has been taken care of, they must have felt that he was worthy of maintaining employment. So.
Cindy, when your hand slows down.
You can read my writing.
Read back those factors that you have been presented with.
Cindy Park, for the record, I had for aggravating, the conduct that night put another in danger in the passenger of the vehicle. The BAC was almost twice the legal limit, and he initially refused a breath test. Mitigating, I can read my own writing. He was cooperation throughout the process and follow through with requirements, took full responsibility and expressed remorse, letters of support from coworkers, the completion of courses and continuing to take courses at SRCI, community involvement, engagement in multiple areas to take the incident and become more involved as a result. He came in and reported the incident immediately to leadership, and he's still employed with DOC. Chair Hunter.
For the record, also, I think the letter of reprimand was also mentioned on there.
Yeah.
Okay. So still employed with.
Already received previous discipline.
Okay.
Matt Phillips, for the record, I just want to say I'm a little bit challenged on saying there's an aggravating factor that he initially refused the breath test, because ultimately he did do the right thing by electing to take it. If it was someone who was certified in police and understands implied consent law very well, I would consider it an aggravating factor, but I don't think our corrections and DOC folks understand the implied consent law and DUI laws as well. So personally, I just wanted on the record that I recognize that, but I'm a little bit challenged because he did do the right thing after understanding it a little bit more.
Kind of for the record, Sheriff Phillips, I hear where you're going. So you have kind of both sides of that coin. You have cooperation, which was already stated, which I think was the mitigation side, and we stayed with that. Some of the decision making could be an aggravation, but is it an aggravation unless you truly understand the process? So I think it just becomes the breath test or the refusal, the parts in there really falls to both sides of that equation on could be aggravating, could be mitigating. You don't need to write all that down.
Yeah.
That I think is more of a discussion than a statement of factors. Okay, with the.
It's clarification.
Yeah, clarification. There you go. With the factors that are presented, any objections to the identified aggravating or mitigating factors, or is there a consensus to move forward with those? Okay, looks like we have a consensus. We will move on then to a discussion of the moral fitness violation categories identified in the staff report. In this case, the moral fitness category that was identified was under misconduct. And I will entertain a motion to either affirm the staff report with the identified misconduct violation, modify. And again, if you are wanting to modify, please state your name for the record and the reasoning for modification or negate, which we can remove all.
Honorable, for the record, I make motion we affirm what we have in front of us.
Lori Frostman for the record, I said.
Right, we're voting to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden. Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Steppen.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, we will move on to, and I will entertain a motion to either take action or take no action in this case. Again, please state your name for the record and your reasoning for your motion.
Brian Steffen for the record. Based on the report and the mitigating factors, I recommend, or I move that we recommend no action be taken.
Mike Hartford for the record. I second.
Second.
All right, we're voting on a motion to take no action. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Steffen.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for your time.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Hey, guys.
We will move on to Alexander Navruzov.
Person, right?
That is another person. Yes.
Yes, it is.
No, that's right. Can you pronounce your last name for me?
Navruzov.
I'm not sure how much that just helps me, but appreciate the fact that you just did that. I'm gonna go with Alexander. So, morning, Alexander.
Morning.
You will have 5 minutes to share any information that you would like the committee members to consider during the deliberation of your case. Your time will be monitored on the clock. That looks like Melissa has this time. At the conclusion of your statement, you may choose to remain in the room, but you will not be permitted to ask any questions or provide any additional comments for this case. You understand?
Understood.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we will move then to Cindy to give us the synopsis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy Park for the record. The department opened a professional standards case on receipt of a LEDS report that on July 23rd, 2024, Navruzov was cited for recklessly endangering another person, a Class A misdemeanor, due to negligently discharging a firearm in his apartment. Navruzov stated he was practicing drawing his firearm when the incident occurred. Navruzov pled guilty to the charge of recklessly endangering another person and entered into and successfully completed a diversion in the Beaverton Municipal Court. On June 5th, 2025, the charge was dismissed. Navruzov is currently employed with the Washington County Sheriff's Office. In reviewing the case, the department found sufficient evidence to support the moral fitness violation of misconduct in that Navruzov engaged in conduct that threatened to harm others when he negligently discharged a firearm in his apartment building. He was charged with recklessly endangering another person and pled guilty, constituting a criminal disposition as defined in Oregon Administrative Rule. Navruzov submitted a written mitigation statement and is here today to provide a verbal mitigation statement. Chair Hunter.
All right, Mr. Navruzov, your time starts now.
All right, so thank you all for being here. The reason we're here obviously is because in June of 2024, I caused the negligent discharge of a firearm in my apartment. In doing so, I put my neighbors' lives and safety in danger. I violated the laws of the state of Oregon, as well as the policies of the Washington County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Public Safety Standards and Training. Thankfully, in this incident, nobody was hurt or killed. I full well understand that the only difference between that and how things ultimately panned out was sheer chance. It could have been a very different story. When the incident happened, I had to make a very quick decision, and that was how I was going to move forward on this case. The incident itself was bad enough, especially considering my position as a public safety officer and putting my neighbors in this horrible position. But I knew that the ordeal was yet to begin. And so my decision was, no matter what, I had to be honest and upfront. Countless people at my agency and here at DPSST emphasize repeatedly that no matter what, you have to be honest and you have to be upfront. If you do find yourself in trouble, and everybody makes mistakes, but if you do find yourself in trouble, the incident itself may or may not cost you your career, but any sort of lying, omission, or dishonesty will absolutely ensure that you do not have a place in this profession. So after the incident happened, I was put on administrative leave, subject to an internal affairs investigation, and charged with 1 count of reckless endangering another person. For 6 months, I was on an internal affairs investigation. About a week after the incident, our landlord posted a notice on our door with a very simple message: leave or we will evict you. And so very hastily, my partner and I grabbed all of our stuff and moved in with family. We were very thankful that we had family to fall back on, but it came at the cost of losing our independence and autonomy. A lot of the long-term planning we had made, such as saving up for a house, getting my partner gender-affirming care and gender-affirming surgery, was now up in the air. My life just started to spiral out of control and fall apart bit by bit, and it seemed that pieces were still falling away. But thankfully, that did not happen. I participated fully in the internal affairs investigation. I showed up each and every single time. What I said before about being honest and upfront, I have maintained that throughout the process. I showed up to each and every single meeting. I showed up to each and every single court process, and I did just that. I said everything, basically, and that's what guides me to be here today and tell my story. After 6 months, the agency found that I did, in fact, commit a misconduct. I was involved in misconduct. They sanctioned me and suspended me accordingly. I completed a return to duty training and have gone through multiple in-service training since. and have had no further issues. When the incident happened, I was still a recruit and I could have very easily been fired right on the spot. But what kept me there was the positive reputation that I had earned in my short time there and how I handled myself throughout this process. And so they saw me fit to keep me on board and allow me to show what I can do. And that's what they've done. I completed field training. I have gone through probation and I have had no issues since. With that, I thank you guys for your time. I believe my sheriff would like to make a statement.
Sorry, Sheriff. Just Mr. Navzarov can speak. We will certainly acknowledge the fact that you are in the room. Okay.
Understood. I guess here's what I would like to close with is obviously what happened was horrible and it's inexcusable. I cannot absolutely defend that incident. The only thing I can defend is what I've done since then. And that was to own it, take responsibility, and come here and tell my story before all of you. I knew that, if I survived with my career intact, one of the moral imperatives that I had coming out of this was to use my incident as a teaching moment. And so I proposed to my command staff that once I settled into my role and returned to some sense of normalcy, I would use my incident as a teaching moment to recruits. And so when the time comes, I will be using my incident as a teaching moment for recruits at pre-academy day one of firearms to basically say, this is why you never become complacent. This is why you always follow the rules of firearm safety. If not, this is what can happen. And here's what did happen to me. With that, I conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Abdulov. Okay. We'll move on now, and any objections, or is there a consensus to adopt this record? Hearing no objections, seeing consensus. We'll move on to a discussion of aggravating or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and identify whether it is an aggravating or a mitigating factor that you are presenting.
Matt Phillips, mitigating factors is the presence of Sheriff Massey, Commander Wheaton, and also a letter from Jail Commander Marzilli.
Jennifer Cameron, mitigating factor from doing the police report, obviously immediately afterwards, did make sure that people were safe in the apartment, checked on others' welfare, and then obviously had contact with the police without any issues and was honest and cooperated.
Nick Hunter, for the record, aggravating factor is the incident itself, the discharging of a firearm in a residential apartment building, which put other lives immediately at danger. Mitigating factor, and we are not going to get into a long discussion about this, but human performance, focus of attention, and other things created what Mr. Navzarov has described as a mistake. It's not a mistake, it's a lapse, and it's a lapse based on a focus of attention issue. So I believe that his testimony regarding a mistake was right on with the wrong word. And I believe that is a mitigating factor, that this is a human performance issue that could happen to anyone.
Brian Steffen, for the record, he's demonstrated a strong sense of integrity, owned it immediately, took responsibility. And when I say immediately, right when the incident happened, and continued through today. Another mitigating factor is the alleged purchase of clearing tube at homes. Make sure when clearing and cleaning firearms, it will not happen again.
Like Hartford, for the record, mitigating as he completed the terms of his diversion program successfully.
Margaret Bowden, for the record, mitigating factor, his continued employment with Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Nick Hunter, for the record, mitigating factor, his desire to make good out of bad. Good out of bad in my mind is his initiative to teach. And yeah, it's a teachable moment, and to want to share that story of what otherwise may be an embarrassing incident that you wouldn't necessarily want to speak about, but he wants to ensure that others who actually may experience the same thing that he did know there is a pathway and a right way to experience that.
Jennifer Cameron for the record. I would think this would be mitigating, but he has been disciplined through his agency. So there has been a form of accountability provided to him to let him know the action was not okay. So he has been disciplined. I don't know if that's it's probably mitigating.
Nick Hunter for the record, this may be a small mitigating factor, but I just kind of want it known, even though Sheriff Massey was unable to speak. Sheriff Massey clearly came here to speak and not just be present. Yeah. Hearing no other factors, Cindy, when you catch your hand up.
Cindy Park for the record. The only aggravating factor that I heard is the incident itself, and that a discharge of firearm in a residential area put lives at danger. Mitigating the presence of Sheriff Massey and the command staff today, and Sheriff Massey's desire to speak on behalf of Mr. Nazarov. He made sure that people were safe immediately after the incident and was cooperative with police. And Sheriff Hunter, you may have to help me with this, just make sure I got it right. It's a human performance issue, and that it could happen to anyone.
That's a great synopsis.
Okay, thank you. And showed integrity, immediately took responsibility, completed the diversion. He has continued employment with the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and a desire to make the incident a teachable moment for others coming behind him. He was disciplined through his agency, and that provided accountability. That's what I have.
Brian Steppen for the record. I mentioned him purchasing clearing tube.
That's right. Since purchased a clearing tube for his home.
All right. Any objection to the list of aggravating or mitigating factors, or is there a consensus accept that list? No objections, seeing a consensus. We'll move on to the staff report containing the moral fitness violation. In this case, the moral fitness violation fell under misconduct. And I will entertain a motion to either affirm, modify. Again, any words to modify, please make sure you state your name for the record and reasoning for modification, or negate, which is removing the factor itself. And I'll entertain that motion.
Mike Hartman for the record, I move that we affirm the staff's finding of misconduct in the record.
Jennifer Cameron, I'll second.
We're voting on the motion to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Steppen.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
I will entertain a motion to either take action or take no action in this case. Please remember to state your name for the record and your reasoning for your motion.
Brian Steppen for the record. Based on the report and the mitigating factors and aggravating factors, I move that we recommend no action be taken.
Matt Phillips, second.
Voting on a motion to take no action. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden. Member Frosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Stefan.
Aye.
And member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
That smell behind you is food. We're gonna move on and do the one more person that is in person here, and then we'll take a moment and grab food. So we will move on to did you say you're gonna make a motion, Randy? Yeah, there we go.
But you're good.
We'll move on to DeAndre Brown.
I would like to, I should recuse myself from this vote. I was part of, highly involved in his representation throughout his deal.
Okay.
Should have said Lori Frosty for the record. If I said that, I apologize.
Now it's there.
It's there.
Morning, Mr. Brown. All right, Mr. Brown, you will have 5 minutes to share any information you would like for the committee members to consider during the deliberation of your case. Your time will be monitored on the clock by Cindy this time. Clock's right there. It'll be for you to be able to see at the conclusion of your statement. You may choose to remain in the room, but you will not be permitted to ask any questions or provide any additional comments for this case. Understand? Thank you. All right, and this one is Melissa. Give it to you.
Thank you. Morning, Chair and Policy Committee members. The department opened a professional standards case to review DeAndre Brown's criminal charges for driving under the influence of intoxicants and reckless driving. The department also reviewed an arrest for a violation of a restraining order. In the court cases, Brown participated in a diversion program for the DUII and was dismissed after he completed the program. The charge for reckless driving was dismissed without a plea or a finding of guilt. Brown was found in contempt of court for a violation of his restraining order and was sentenced to 18 months of bench probation. Mr. Brown is still employed, and his agency reviewed the conduct and has submitted their information for the committee to consider in their review. The department found in a review of the information supporting a moral fitness violation for misconduct, that Brown violated criminal law and has a criminal disposition for driving under the influence of intoxicants after he entered a plea of no contest to the charge. Brown threatened persons or property when he operated a motor vehicle while intoxicated, and he threatened another person when he violated an order of protection. The department is seeking a disposition in the case from the committee. And just for the record, Mr. Brown submitted written information for the committee to consider in the review, and he's here to provide a verbal statement. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, Mr. Brown, you will have 5 minutes, and that starts now.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you guys for considering me here today, having me able to speak. As far as the DUI is concerned, that was a part of my life where I was struggling with a lot of mental health. Before I started at the department, I lost my sister a couple weeks before I started. So coming into that was pretty difficult for me. And since that time, I've been in and out of just trying to get to a better place with going to therapy, going to AA meetings and doing stuff like that. That night I take full responsibility for that. I could have had someone take me home. I could have had people that I know come get me, or I could have taken an Uber or something like that. But I made the choice to do that, and that was my fault, and I take full responsibility for that. As far as the contempt of court is concerned with the violation of the restraining order, me and the mother of my kids, we share twin boys. I've been given an opportunity to have visits with them as long as there's a supervisor in place. I was having trouble communicating with the supervisor, who she appointed as the person between us. They would be off and on. Could be a string of communication, and then there wouldn't be. And I was trying to talk to her, and then they would refer back to, hey, you need to communicate with this person. So there was a lot of miscommunication, a lot of misfire, and being a struggling first-time father trying to figure it out for themselves, I was trying to do the best I could to communicate within the confines of the restraining order in place. I did not show up to her place. I didn't do anything reckless. I didn't do anything to make her feel, that. All right, I tried my best not to make her feel like she was in fear for her life. I just wanted to communicate as far as it goes to make sure that I could have the time that I was able to have with my kids. I do understand that I violated restraining order regardless, and I take full responsibility for that. I was operating from a desperation mode, trying to be a part of my kids' lives, and that's something that we're figuring out today as we go forward with the stuff between us. But as far as we go now, I'm at a better place. I'm in therapy full time. I go to AA meetings throughout the week. I am in treatment for that as well. And I am just, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be back at work and working alongside my peers. And they have supported me through this whole entire process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. With the case synopsis and the mitigating testimony, any objections, or is there a consensus to adopt the record?
I'm Stefan, for the record and for point of clarification, I think in one of the, I don't know what you say, allegations or charges, it said that he threatened by violating the restraining order. Was it the act of sending the text, or was the text threatening? Do we know? Because if it wasn't threatening, having it worded that way is a little confusing on accident.
Melissa Langbach for the record. I listed that information there, not because his communication was threatening, but just the act of violating the restraining order.
Clarify for me, thank you.
And kind of further, that's the way that I read it when we talk about the restraining orders in general. The concept behind the receiving or granting of a restraining order often leads sort of to that perception, but I did not take it as such in this way or in this case.
Thank you. Consensus for me anyway.
So we'll ask the question one more time. Any objections to adopting the record, or is there a consensus to adopt the record? Hearing no objections, I will take that as a consensus to adopt the record. We'll move on to a discussion of aggravating and or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record, and then also to clearly state whether it is an aggravating or mitigating factor that you are presenting.
Part of the record, mitigating factor, accountability and continued sobriety, continuing to go to meetings. Follow through with that.
Nick Hunter for the record. Aggravating factor is the DUI itself, the BAC being twice the legal limit, and the contact, which was in violation of the restraining order. The mitigating factor that I would like to start with is the letter that was presented by attorney Rebecca Blaney. And in that, she specifically addressed, I think, Brian's question about the judge himself said that there was nothing threatening in the messages that were being sent. They were communicative messages that were just inappropriately sent in violation of the order. So I find that to be a mitigating factor that they were not threatening or violent. There was no violence intended with those messages.
John Tabor, for the record, aggravating factor. The multiple instances of inappropriate behavior and the failure to abide by the protective order is a boundary issue. And working in a facility, specifically Coffee Creek, boundaries are an incredibly important thing to be mindful of.
Brian Steffen, for the record, mitigating factor. Superintendent Thrasher kept DeAndre Brown after the administrative investigation, which you very well could have released him at that point.
Kind of for the record, mitigating factor, Mr. Brown has actively sought treatment, participated in groups such as AA, and done other things to actively address issues that he may have realized or come to know during this incident.
Brian Steffen, for the record, mitigating factor are the letters of mitigation that were submitted as well.
Josh Elders, for the record. I don't believe this one's been mentioned yet. Mitigating factor in the circumstances surrounding both arrests, it appeared that Mr. Brown was very cooperative with the investigating and responding officers.
Connor, mitigating factor, I will go to the child custody issue, and there was more than one letter that was included, to be a little bit more specific to the letters, talking about the fact that his cooperation, preparedness to be with the children, that effort has increased what would appear to be his parenting time. And I think that it demonstrates a commitment to working on those issues and moving forward, as opposed to perpetuating any issue that did exist.
Margaret Book, for the record, I'm not sure how this works, so I'm just going to ask about the prohibited firearms in his job. Is that something that's a aggravating factor? Not to possess or own. So I just didn't where that actually comes into play in his professional life.
I can address that unless you want to. Okay, so Nick Hunter, for the record, my perspective would be a lot of the presentation of mitigating and or aggravating factor are your perception of the issues as you see them in this case. And that's why it's a committee that comes together to do this. So I think you could use it as either the way that you see it.
Thank you. Move for the record, I would have to say that's an aggravating factor. The fact that he has had immediate firearms probation, and is immediately prohibited from purchasing or possessing any firearms or ammunition.
Mike Hartford, for the record. I think just a point of clarification as I was reviewing this case. I understand the actions that violated the restraining order, but the behavior, I think the behavior that led to the restraining order in the first place, I think is missing in this record. And I think as I'm thinking about his behavior as a whole, it would be, I think that's information that would help the decision on whether eligibility should be withheld in this case. but I'm not sure if that is something that can be added to this record or not. The only thing that I read was in the service information where the petitioner said he's made many statements about wanting to end his life. It's a well-known manipulation tactic in domestic violence relationships to threaten suicide, especially when there's children and property and money involved. And so I'm curious about what led to the violation of restraining order. And so it's difficult for me to make a judgment on the entire case without that information, unless that isn't part of what we're trying to analyze here.
And to kind of just for clarification, Commander, you're looking for what led to the granting of the restraining order, not what led to the violation.
Correct.
And Matt Phillips, I was also curious about the petition. And then was this restraining order renewed?
Marie Atwood, for the record, we would be able to request that information. Usually restraining order petitions and any accompanying court documents would be accessible to us in e-court. If the committee requests additional information prior to deliberating further on a decision in the case, we can return the case to the following CPC meeting and try to provide that for you in the interim. If that's something you'd want to vote on doing prior to further deliberations.
Mostly back for the record, I believe there was the restraining order petition.
I'm familiar with restraining orders and everything in the reasoning behind the request for the restraining order is not included in this.
Okay.
We have to make a motion to.
Yes, I believe so. Marie Atwood.
Basically stop and resubmit kind of.
It can be a vote for sure.
Can I just do it as a motion?
Yeah.
So can I just make a motion, Nick Hunter, for the record? I'll make a motion that we rescind the adoption of this record at this time based on now identified additional information that we would like to see specific to the restraining order, and ask that it go back to staff to provide that information in an upcoming meeting.
So my clerk, for the record, a second.
We're voting on a motion to recall the case for further review and information. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Yes, abstain.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you. All right, with that, since you're still looking at me, I believe we will short recess for everyone to be able to grab some food.
Who'd you get? Bingham?
Next case will be.
Yeah.
Just wait for one.
We're good.
We're good? Okay. So we're back on the record at 11:38 and still here in the DPSST boardroom. Still February 10th. And we will move on to the next case will be Robert Bingham. Yes, Robert Bingham. And Robert Bingham will be presented to us by Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department opened a professional standards case to review Robert Bingham's termination from the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Bingham's termination followed an investigation which found that he struck another deputy on the buttocks when thanking him for assisting with work tasks. The department found information supporting a moral fitness violation for misconduct and that Bingham threatened or harmed persons by smacking another deputy on the buttocks. The department is seeking a disposition in the case from the committee. Mr. Chair.
Okay. With the synopsis, get my steps here. Go back. And with the synopsis, any objection or is this a record? Is there consensus to adopt this record?
Matt Phillips, I don't want to adopt it as written because under the definition of misconduct, I don't think it was ever stated that he threatened or harmed.
Nick Hunter, for the record, Sheriff Phillips, that will come at a later time where we will discuss that. That'll be step 3, actually.
Okay.
In
they had a
specific language.
Right.
So right now we are just adopting the record and agreeing to hear this case within the committee that staff has prepared.
Okay. Matt Phillips, I'd move to hear it.
All right. So we have
Brian Steffen for the record. I did have one regarding the report. One of the things that's mentioned, I wonder, would it be appropriate to have it as a main character, being the racial slur that was used at one point? I'm just as concerned about that as anything that's in here, but it's not even a topic.
So Nick Hunter, for the record, if we are going to have a consensus to adopt the record, that will allow us then to move on to mitigating and or aggravating circumstances, where potentially your comment would be added as an aggravating circumstance, which then moves you down the road to the staff report itself and the moral fitness violations identifications. And so at that point that you could potentially move to modify the record and add that in as a violation, although that would probably lead to a discussion whether that is material relevant to this case. But I think either way, that comes down the road in a discussion as opposed to just opening up the record now for us to be able to discuss this case because we adopt it.
Thank you.
I said, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. As I look to the attorney. All right, so with no objections to the case, there's a consensus on adopting. We will move to a discussion of aggravating and mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and identify whether you are presenting an aggravating or a mitigating factor.
Josh Aldridge for the record. I think this is the right place to discuss what I believe Sheriff Phillips was addressing, but you can all correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wondering if, as a mitigating factor, we should discuss whether the circumstances in this event actually meet the definition of misconduct as determined in OAR.
So, Nick Hunter, for the record, I think you would be identifying that either as a mitigating or an aggravating factor now. And then when we move to the next step of discussing the moral fitness violations and whether the moral fitness violation, whether the committee believes that that did exist and we want to adopt the record with it as such, or whether it didn't exist, I believe that would be in the next step that we would discuss that specifically.
Okay, that makes sense. So if I'm understanding you right, I would like to put that down as a mitigating factor.
So I will just jump and say, Melissa, did that make sense to you the way it was now presented to you, or would you like Lieutenant Aldrich to explain that differently?
I heard that his conduct didn't rise to the level of moral fitness violation as defined in administrative rule. As a summary,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So Jennifer Cameron, talking out loud, do we need to review the administrative rules specifically to potentially see how it's written?
Or yeah, for the record. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page about what step of the process we're at. So adoption of the record, as was just mentioned, is the facts that are stated in this report and the materials you received. Are you willing to adopt those as the facts of this case? Sounds like everyone was in agreement there. Now we're just talking about aggravating and mitigating factors based on those facts, whatever they may be. The next step is going to be, do we want to affirm, negate, or modify the violations?
Okay.
So right now, just aggravating, mitigating.
Thank you.
Then our next step is going to be to talk about what those factors all mean in terms of the violations, if any, that you decide to pursue. Any questions?
Always sounds better coming from an attorney.
Brian Seven for,
Pretty sure that's what I said.
Brian Seven for the record, mitigating then the definition as a part of the, what was presented is that harassment based on protected class status is unlawful, prohibited, and not condoned. And this does not appear to be based on protected class status whatsoever.
Mike Hartford, for the record, aggravating. He was disciplined for this behavior previously from his agency. The exact same behavior.
Nick Hunter, for the record, aggravating, building on what Commander Hartford said, there's a pattern when you have more than one incident of the same nature. And so there is a pattern of this type of behavior exhibited by Mr. Bingham.
Brian Seven for the record, aggravating the not a part of this case, but the history with the racial slur. And this, I think, is I had talked about this before we started, and I'm not sure where to go from here. But I don't know why that isn't a part of, for things to be considered.
Josh Aldrich, for the record, aggravating is the 33 years in public safety.
Marie Atwood again for the record, just to clarify and sort of try to be responsive to Member Steffen's question. The relevant circumstances for consideration section of the staff report is up for consideration as aggravating and mitigating factors are being discussed. So it can certainly be something you bring to the table during this phase of the deliberations. However, considering that event occurred in 2017, and it sounds like it was the result of it was a reprimand, essentially. It wouldn't have been something that rose to the level of our review in the first place. So I don't believe that there was a previous case. And Melissa, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we'd had a previous case based on that conduct. However, when we do open a case, we tend to receive a whole lot of, if there is any, circumstantial or contextual information about that person's prior history, if they have some.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nick Hunter, for the record. So what I would do is just reaffirm my pattern demonstrated by Mr. Bingham of inappropriate behavior that's now been sort of presented to this committee.
Brian Steffen, some mitigating factors. Victim, Deputy Castano, explaining other than checking on each other for work, their relationship involves a lot of discussion about sports. And he described the incident as a baseball spank and a good game action. He said that he felt Deputy Bingham was trying to say thanks for the help.
Margot Bodie for the record, to play off of Mr. Stephens, but he also did say that his actions were unwanted and also made him feel uncomfortable.
Matt Phillips, for the record, I don't know if it's mitigating or aggravating or not, but there was potentially 3 or almost 4 months between the incident and it being reported.
Kind of for the record, Member Phillips, I'm gonna ask you to.
I'll put it under mitigating.
I was gonna say, so maybe you decide.
Sir. Kind for the record, aggravating, during the interview, specifically, Mr. Bingham was asked if he understood how touching other coworkers' buttocks could be offensive to them, and he answered, yes, sir. Knowing that this behavior was inappropriate, whether it meets the OAR or doesn't meet the OAR, he was well aware that his action was inappropriate.
Ryan Steffen for the record. Bingham had worked as a field training officer, should have known better. That's so aggravating. Another aggravating was that he didn't follow policy by claiming the overtime hours. He was there off duty when it happened. And finally, a mitigating factor, he recognized that there were reports that he should have been able to complete while on duty and trying not to charge the county for the time. He felt responsible.
Gunner, for the record, another aggravating factor was another comment made by Mr. Bingham to Mr. Castano. I just had the harassment training. I hope that did not offend you.
For the record, aggravating, violating multiple policies for the Washington County Sheriff's Office, especially under professional conduct and harassment free workplace.
Could you, sorry, Mosley Butcher for the record, could you repeat that? I missed it entirely. Sorry. I am so sorry.
You can speak up and that would have been Margot Bowden for the record. Aggravating factors would be multiple violations of policies for Washington County Sheriff's Office, including professional conduct and harassment-free workplace.
Ryan Steffen for the record, standing on fact that he had just had in-service training, said he had just had in-service training. There was a record of repeated training regarding harassment and harassment-free workplace.
So Jennifer Cameron, for the record, mitigating the individual that was hit on the bottom stated when asked if he felt that it was sexual in nature, he said he did not think that it was. And later in that, he said he asked the victim, asked how they felt the incident could be resolved, and the individual wished Bingham would be counseled not to touch coworkers on their buttocks.
At this point, I'm going to ask Melissa to read back what we have for aggravating and mitigating factors, please.
Positive if I missed something, so please let me know. For aggravating, I have that there was a pattern of the same conduct and other misconduct at his agency. He had 33 years in the profession. His actions made another person uncomfortable and were unwanted. He was asked if he knew his conduct was offensive, affirmed, and demonstrated that he was aware that his actions were offensive. He was a field training officer and should have known better. He didn't follow the agency policies and was there after hours to complete reports that he should have completed during work hours. He just had training and was quoted as stating, I hope that didn't offend you. There were multiple violations of policies for at the agency for professional conduct and harassment, free workplace. He just had in-service training and had also had repeated training throughout the years for harassment. And then for mitigating, when asked if the conduct was sexual in nature, it was determined that it was not sexual in nature, and the person who it was against wished that Bingham would be counseled to not touch coworkers. His conduct did not rise to the level of a moral fitness violation in the administrative role. The conduct was not against a person of a protected class. The relationship between the two men involved sports, and his actions were described as a good game spank. He was trying to say thanks. There were 3 months between when the conduct occurred and the reporting of the offense. I believe that's all I have written, but please let me know if there's additional things. Yeah.
Brian said for the record, it may very well have been against the person of protected class, but it says the harassment based on their protected class status, which it doesn't appear to have been.
Okay, so just clarifying that it could have been against a person of a protected class, but it wasn't because of their, okay.
Kind of for the record, and I'm not sure that this is anything more than semantics, but Sheriff Phillips, I would ask, did you say 4 months or 3
It was
months?
3 months.
3 months, okay.
3 months and 5 days, looks like.
Okay. Thank you, Melissa. That was a lot. With the mitigating and aggravating factors Melissa has just read back, any current objections to those, or are we okay with a consensus and moving to the next step, accepting those? Okay, looks like we have a general consensus, so we will move on to step 3, which may get a little more complicated. So we are now talking about the staff report and specifically the moral fitness violations that were identified. In this case, misconduct was identified, threatened or harmed persons by smacking another deputy on the buttocks. And so this can be opened up to a discussion. Ultimately, I'm looking to entertain a motion to either affirm, modify, or negate the moral fitness violations that were identified on the staff report.
And 7 for the record, I've mentioned the racial slur being included a couple times, and I'm unsure. I don't understand completely how to express that or what to do in this situation.
Member Stefan, Nick Hunter, for the record, I'm going to defer.
Not just me.
Marie Atwood for the record. So the phase of deliberations you are at now, you could either leave the allegations as presented by the department. You could modify them by either potentially adding an allegation or a different category of misconduct, or you could negate the allegations altogether, thereby finding no misconduct occurred. We obviously can't dictate to the committee what your opinion should be on which one of those three routes to take. However, I will just reiterate that the 2017 incident that's noted in the staff report was relevant to us as far as this individual's potential pattern of conduct is concerned, and we believed it was a contextually important thing for you to know. What you decide to make of that allegation is going to be up to you, if any.
Josh Eldridge for the record. Marie, question for you then. Do we need a motion to enter into a discussion about the details
Details of what?
of whether or not we believe this fits and should be recommended to move forward as it stands? Or can we just openly discuss? I guess that just for decorum purposes, would someone need to make a motion to potentially negate? I'm not suggesting I'm doing this right now in order for us to have an open discussion surrounding that.
Discuss,
Yeah.
or someone could make the motion and discuss.
Yeah, you can, this is Marie Atwood again. You can approach that from either perspective. If someone already knows that they want to make a motion for one type of finding or another, they can make that. Any discussion that's relevant can follow, or you can discuss in advance, and then as people sort of develop their own mindset about the case, can make a motion after discussion proceeds.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure we weren't stepping out of bounds if we were talking openly yet.
Mike Hartford, for the record, it might help to start this conversation to define misconduct, and then maybe have staff confirm how the behavior that they identified falls within that definition.
Melissa Lancaster for the record. In the Oregon Administrative Rule, misconduct is defined as conduct that violates criminal law, conduct that threatens or harms persons, property, or the efficient operation of the agency, or discriminatory conduct. And then discriminatory conduct is defined further. And I viewed the threat or harm to be against more of the psychological damage, more so than physical. I didn't see there as a definition of what exactly harm to persons or property was, and view that as an open thing for the committee to determine whether or not psychological harm from being touched when you don't want to be touched is harm.
Thank you.
And Matt Phillips, for the record, we can have a little bit of discussion, right? New guy here. I guess I haven't had to wrestle with all these scenarios before. In one case, we had someone send bullets over the bed that was occupied by people. And by the grace of God, it didn't injure or kill anybody. And if it had, would we have non-actioned that case? Same conduct, same, different result, right? So, and certainly I'm sure the person who had the bullet go over their head had some level of psychological harm. And so I'm just wondering if these things align, where one incident was clearly criminal, and we went no action. And here, I'm not saying it was appropriate behavior, but is it worth decertifying someone? I'll tell you, I'm just being honest, having a hard time with that.
Josh Eldridge for the record. I will say that's been my struggle also, Sheriff Phillips, is while I don't believe that this is appropriate workplace behavior and I would never condone this sort of behavior, I do recognize the ability of the involved agency to make those sort of employment decisions. And I'm just questioning whether it rises to that level that the board should be determining certification based on the behavior.
Nick Hunter for the record. So I have my own cognitive dissonance on this one. We had a very similar case in Marion County that we handled internally. That was a letter of reprimand that was received. Now, there was no pattern or priors to that incident, which could be a factor in this case. But I'm sharing the same concerns over the singular action. And is the singular action something that truly rises to the level of misconduct for this committee to make a determination of certification?
Brian Seven, for the record, since we're having discussion. When I read this one, what I got out of it was that he made a terrible choice, and he had been counseled about it a decade before. The victim, it appeared to me, didn't feel like a victim, but was playing it up to their spouse to try to make them jealous, who became jealous and pushed the issue. The victim then had a choice to make, to either agree with the spouse and go forward, or not do anything. And what he did was inappropriate and wrong. So wasn't that hard of a choice. But as far as removing someone's certification, I'm having a tough time with that. However, again, I mean, that's that. But the racial slur thing, I just keep coming back to that as far as mentality and moral fitness in that manner.
It kind of, for the record, I'm not kind of throwing you under the bus a little bit, but Maria and I were having this conversation. So I'm going to give you all a scenario, and then we'll play out the scenario. But the scenario could be this. So if we were to receive a motion to accept the moral fitness violation as presented by staff, and then move this to either a action or a no action motion, and then you chose to take action on that motion, then the aggravating factor, Member Stefan, that you're looking at with that racial slur could be a consideration when you look at period of ineligibility and what that looks like. It still would not move to discrimination in the sense that it could be a lifetime. You would still be looking at a misconduct, which is 3 to 10 years, but that could influence your motion then on what that ineligibility period would be. But the actual 2017 act that wasn't reported to DPSS&T, it's not something that individually we can parse out and then use that in our moral fitness violations for the staff report to move forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And Matt Phillips, for the record, I know that I won't touch any employees just because it's anywhere other than maybe a handshake that's very public, because I think a lot can be misinterpreted. I did notice even today, though, a sheriff rubbing someone's back during this meeting. And to me, that's too risky even. So just saying, I guess we all got to be careful.
This is Marie Atwood. Sorry to keep interrupting deliberations, but I did just want to note for the record that another relevant piece of information, particularly regarding the 2017 incident, is that back in 2017, we did not have the moral fitness violation rule pertaining to discriminatory behavior. So that likely sheds some light on why that wasn't pursued at the time and was just a reprimand for this person.
So Jennifer Cameron, for the record, in reading this too, it says that, and I'm not saying the use of the racial term, but we don't know the context. It talks about telling a story. Was it something that somebody else said that he was repeating? And I'm not saying, there's just more to it. I've seen that happen where people have been said that they said something when the context of it wasn't considered and it wasn't what somebody had thought. So obviously he was disciplined, so that's a consideration. So there's more to it, but we don't know the context of all of that.
Kind of, for the record, I'm going to make a motion that we affirm the staff report and the moral fitness violation categories as presented in the staff memo.
Brian Steffen for the record, I'll second.
We're voting on motion to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Steffen.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Now I will entertain a motion to either take action or no action based on the staff report and the moral fitness violations that were presented. Or identified, I should say.
John Tabor for the record. I'm going to move that we take no action based on the fact that the behavior may not even rise to the level of a moral fitness violation. And the 2017 incident wasn't investigated, so we don't know the context of the comment. So I don't think there's enough there to warrant taking action.
Matt Phillips, second.
Voting on the motion to take no action. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Steffen.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
We will move on to Luis Martin or Martin. And we'll have here the case synopsis from Melissa.
Selling voucher for the record. Department opened a professional standards case to review Louis Martin's termination from the Department of Corrections. Following an investigation with sustained findings indicating that Martin was dishonest, engaged in inappropriate relationship with a parolee, and threatened the efficient operations of the agency. The department found information supporting moral fitness violations in the information provided. For dishonesty, the department identified that Martin was dishonest during the DOC's internal investigation by denying he had personal communication with a parolee, misrepresenting the truth, and by not being forthcoming with the DOC about his relationship with the parolee. Martin was dishonest when he omitted information that a parolee reported about past sex abuse by a DOC employee. For misuse of authority, the department identified that Martin misused his authority for his benefit by having personal communications, some of which were sexual in nature, with a parolee whom he had supervised while they were incarcerated at Coffee Creek. They were on a felony supervision at the time of the communication. Martin misused his authority when he accessed a confidential law enforcement database to review information about the parolee for his benefit, which had no business purpose after they had been after the parolee had been released from Coffee Creek. For misconduct, the department identified that Martin harmed the efficient operations of the DOC by risking the safety of adults in custody when he openly displayed pictures of a rat while on duty. Martin harmed the efficient operations of the DOC by accessing a confidential law enforcement database on several occasions for no business purpose. Martin harmed the efficient operations of the DOC by withholding and lying about personal communications he was having with a parolee who had been released from the facility but was still under felony supervision. Martin harmed the parolee by repeatedly sending unwanted communications to her, making her feel scared when Martin picked her up and transported her from the hospital. The department is seeking a disposition in the case from the committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, with the information presented and the synopsis and the information you have, are there any objections or is there a consensus to adopt this case?
Adopt.
Seeing no objections, the consensus exists to adopt. We will move on to a discussion of aggravating or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and identify whether it is an aggravating or a mitigating factor.
Yeah, Phillips, for the record, could we just adopt the staff report as the list of aggravating factors?
Everything I wrote down too.
Captain Calpine, for the record, no. As efficient as that could be, what happens next, if you were to recommend a revocation, they basically quote all of the aggravating mitigating. So it's not just what we identify as a DPSST, but you basically are highlighting or doing, so their quotes in the document. So we need to hear it from your words.
Good question.
All right. For the record, aggravating misuse of Department of Corrections computer, DOC 400 is what I know it as. Not only to just look her up, but to obtain her personal information, her location, her phone number. Denied his line of the text messages, the photos. Anybody else want to?
So Jennifer Cameron, for the record, I'm in reading this particular case. Lots of things, aggravating things come to mind. Overall, there was a behavior of grooming and intimidation, manipulation to seek out his own satisfaction at a relationship with this individual, which is a violation of PREA rules, boundary setting. It creates lots of issues with, even though she wasn't in custody anymore, custody issues, the fact that she was on parole and probation, her own, fear and traumas potentially for her being a victim of whatever. He was dishonest about the case and the relationship. I could go on, but that's just overall summarizing the behavior.
Brian Steffen, for the record, and to make it easy, these are all an aggravating factor column. There's not any mitigating. The extensive PREA training, so he can't say he didn't know it was wrong. Used false name in the text, hide his identity for potential investigators. It wasn't just while she was on parole, he had given her his personal email address when she was new in the prison. He began grooming her early. Consistently asked her to keep the chats top secret and private, the down low. He allegedly, it appeared that he allowed when she was in AIC, to return from the hospital sitting in the front seat without restraints, putting the public at risk.
Yeah, Phelps, for the record, aggravating. It was reported to him that she and potentially others were sexually abused by the nurse and did not report that, presumably to protect his identity not being discovered. As
kind of for the record. Oh. Go ahead, Josh.
Melissa, are you ready?
I'm catching up.
Oh, no worries. You let me know. I have another aggravating one, believe it or not.
Ready. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to talk about the rat stamp. So his use of this rat stamp, especially in that DOC population, really puts an increased risk on those adults in custody, and could lead to, them being the recipient of potential assaults.
Kind of for the record, aggravating, and it's a bit building off of what Brian was talking about, but I think he actually, if I read this correctly, had a separate phone that he was texting her from, because there was a point where there was a phone conversation and he said, I can't talk this phone that I'm using. We'd have to talk on another phone. So I think even more so protecting his identity, he was texting from a phone using an alternative name. So all indicating his level of intentional dishonesty to protect this relationship. Yeah. For the sake of it, Melissa, when you get caught up, and I'm sorry, read those back to us.
Absolutely. As I didn't hear any mitigating circumstances identified, but have reported aggravating. He misused the DOC computer system to look up and find info to contact a parolee and sent unwanted photos to her. He exhibited grooming behaviors and intimidated a parolee for his own satisfaction, which was a violation of PREA and boundary issues. Although the parolee was no longer in custody, he still was considered an authority figure to her, and created a sense of fear and trauma in her. He had extensive PREA training and used a false name when texting and messaging the parolee. He gave his personal email address to the parolee while she was in custody, and told her to keep their conversation secret while they were texting when she left. He allowed her to sit in the front seat of a vehicle while she was in custody on the way home from the hospital without restraint, which put the public at risk. The parolee reported sex abuse by another employee at DOC, which he did not report. His use of the rat stamp at DOC and the population put adults in custody at risk of being harmed in assaults by other adults in custody. He used a separate phone to talk to the parolee and demonstrated intentional dishonesty to attempt to conceal his relationship. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. I think, Nick Hunter, for the record, I think I would just like added to the aggravating list that this list is not exhaustive. Okay, with the mitigating and aggravating factors that have been shared, is there a consensus of that list? Okay. We'll now move on then to a discussion about moral fitness violation categories. All three categories were identified in the staff report. And so I'm looking for or I'll entertain a motion to either affirm, modify, or negate the staff report as presented with the moral fitness violations that were identified.
Second, for the record, I move that we affirm as presented.
Martin Bowden for the record, second it.
Voting on a motion to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented, Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden. Member Frosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to either take action or take no action on this case. Please state your name for the record, and I will accept a brief summary of reason as to why your motion is either taking action or to take no action.
Matt Phillips for the record. I would Move that we take action for the egregious list of violations of policy and trust.
Mike Clark, for the record, I second.
Voting on a motion to take action, Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We'll move on to a discussion of the ineligibility period, and I will entertain a motion regarding ineligibility. This case does involve dishonesty, so the ineligibility period in that motion could be from 3 years to lifetime.
John Frost, for the record, I move lifetime ban.
Jennifer Cameron, for the record, I'll second that, based on the fact that there are all three moral fitness violations, a pattern of behavior. These types of cases are egregious and unacceptable in this profession. So I concur with the lifetime.
Thanks.
Well, he didn't say, so I want to.
No, that's great.
That's why I said thanks for the clarity.
Right, we're voting on a motion to impose a lifetime ineligibility period. Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Frasco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
We will move on to our final professional standards case of the morning, and that's going to be Ryan Reed. And we'll ask Melissa to please present the synopsis.
Melissa Langbotcher for the record. The department opened a professional standards case to review a report from Ryan Reed that he received criminal charges in Clackamas County. Reed's criminal charges were ultimately set aside and sealed. The department also received notice that Reed had been terminated from the Department of Corrections following an investigation which found that he fraudulently claimed benefits for his ex-wife from 2015 to 2022. The department found information supporting moral fitness violations for dishonesty and misconduct. For dishonesty, the department identified that Reed was intentionally dishonest when he fraudulently claimed his ex-wife as a dependent on his health insurance plan from the date of his divorce in 2015 to 2022, amounting to approximately $50,000 in benefits. Reed showed reckless disregard for the truth when he said that he thought it was agreed to in his divorce that he continued to pay for his ex-wife's health insurance until she was employed and receiving her own. The divorce decree clearly stated that Reed was only responsible for portions of his child's health insurance costs incurred for a certain amount of out-of-pocket expense. Reed was intentionally dishonest by misrepresenting the truth about the eligibility of his ex-wife to the Public Employees Benefits Board during an eligibility review in 2017. For misconduct, Reed engaged in misconduct when he fraudulently, with reckless and misrepresentation of the truth, harmed the PEB Public Employers Health Benefits Program, the Department of Corrections, and the state of Oregon by causing the Department of Corrections to overpay for his ex-wife's medical benefits. Reed engaged in misconduct when he harmed the public's trust by fraudulently obtaining medical benefits for his ex-wife for approximately 7 years after attesting to PEB and his agency that she was eligible for health benefits paid by his employer. The department is seeking a disposition in the case from the committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. The information presented in the synopsis, are there any objections, or is there a consensus to adopt this case? All right, seeing a consensus, we will move on to a discussion of aggravating or mitigating factors. Please remember to state your name for the record and identify whether you are presenting an aggravating or a mitigating factor.
Mike Hartford, for the record, aggravating is the multiple times that he lied to his agency about his ex-wife being his current wife or dependent, as well as a lying on a verification dependence form as well, that I think occurred in 2007.
Matt Phillips, for the record, aggravating would be the significant cost to the public. This dishonesty.
Jennifer Cameron, I think maybe Mr. Hartford had mentioned it, but when he was dishonest every year open enrollment, so multiple times of dishonesty to claim her as a dependent when in fact she was not.
Record aggravating. The initial statements made by Mr. Reed were that he was doing this because he thought he had to do this per the divorce decree. She had a job, when in fact they did get divorced in 2015. She was employed at that time. And so from the very beginning, this was dishonesty and a cover-up.
For the record, I believe they were divorced in 2012.
I will amend my divorce decree of 2015 to 2012. So, but she was employed, being the main statement.
Josh Aldridge, for the record, aggravating circumstance. While it appears that the report cannot contain information surrounding the criminal accusations involved with this incident, there is indication that there were charges filed specific to it. So I believe that's aggravating circumstance.
Any other aggravating or mitigating circumstances? If not, we'll ask Melissa to read back the list, please.
Melissa Langbasher, for the record, I have no mitigating circumstances identified, but as aggravating, I have that he lied multiple times about his ex-wife being a dependent, and in 2017 specifically when he verified the info. There was a significant cost to the public because of his dishonesty. He was dishonest every year when he claimed his ex-wife as a dependent when she was not. Reed stated that he thought he had to provide her with health insurance until she had a job. But when they got divorced, she had a job at the time, and he was dishonest from the beginning. And finally, there were criminal charges in the case. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. Any objection or consensus to accept the list of aggravating circumstances as presented? Okay. We'll move on to, I'll entertain a motion to either affirm, modify, or negate the staff report as prepared with the moral fitness violations identified, which in this case are under dishonesty and misconduct.
And second, for the record, I move to affirm as presented.
Mike Hartford, for the record, I second.
Voting on a motion to affirm the moral fitness violations as presented, Chair Hunter.
Aye.
Chair Cameron.
Aye.
Member Aldridge.
Aye.
Member Bowden.
Aye.
Member Crosco.
Aye.
Member Frost.
Aye.
Member Hartford.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Mays.
Aye.
Member Stefan.
Aye.
And Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
I will next entertain a motion to either take action or no action on this case. Please remember to state your name for the record and give me a brief summary as to support of your motion.
Brian Stephan, for the record, I move that we take action based on the fact that he lied repeatedly. It costs the state a significant amount of money.
Lori Brasco for the record, I second.
We're voting on a motion to take action. Chair Hunter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron,
Aye.
Member Aldrich.
Aye.
Member Bowden,
Aye.
Member Brasco,
Aye.
Member Frost,
Aye.
Member Hart.
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Mays,
Aye.
Member Stefan,
Aye.
and Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, and a discussion of ineligibility period. I will entertain a motion. This one involves dishonesty, so ineligibility period could be from 3 years to lifetime. Please state your name for the record and your reasoning for the proposed ineligibility period.
Brian Stephan, for the record, I give a proposal of lifetime because of the repeated lies. And how much that affects all of the law enforcement and corrections.
Nick Hunter, I will second that motion and just add in also the cost to the taxpayers of this state of nearly $50,000 based on his deception.
Voting on a motion to impose an ineligibility period of a lifetime. Chair Hunter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron,
Aye.
Member Aldrich,
Aye.
Member Bowden,
Aye.
Member Brasco,
Aye.
Member Frost,
Aye.
Member Hartford,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Mays,
Aye.
Member Stefan,
Aye.
and Member Tabor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to the proposed rule changes presented by Jennifer. But prior to doing so, I have received a short warning that this is not a short presentation. So we will take 5 minutes of recess for you to grab a drink, grab water. There's still food, or So back on the record at 12:43, still with DPSST in the boardrooms, February 10th, and we will move on to proposed rule changes for administrative rule, and there's a bunch of them, and I will pass this to Jennifer Howell and to you.
Thank you, Jennifer Howell, for the record. So today's proposed rule changes, I will put them on the record. It's Oregon Administrative Rule 259008, so Chapter 259, Division 8. They all have that same prefix. Because I'll be referring to the rules frequently throughout the presentation, I'm going to use the last 4 digits or last 3 digits. So 259008005. And then 290, 300, 310, 320, 330, 340, and 400. So this collectively is the group of administrative rules that guides DPSST, the policy committees, and the boards through the moral fitness violations and the processes for reviewing cases and taking action on them. We pretty routinely take the time to go through these administrative rules to ensure that policies and processes remain up to date, and when changes are needed, pull together a work group. So this work group began in September of 2023 and worked through December of 2024. We had to take a pretty lengthy break in 2025 due to the long legislative session and then getting everything back together, but we were able to reconvene in October and share a very close, similar draft of these rules with that work group. So they were able to walk through the collective work of their discussions and their recommendations and what was to be moving forward. And your memo summarizes each of the recommendations that the work group and DPSST is presenting in these rules. The summary goes rule by rule and section by section through that. There are several attachments. Attachment A is a table summary showing the current definition and how the current definition is structured for the moral fitness violations. Those are dishonesty, misuse of authority, and misconduct. For the cases that the Corrections Policy Committee sees, the cases that go to the Applicant Review Committee have 2 definitions, one for dishonesty, which uses the same definition of dishonesty that the committee does, and then gross misconduct. Attachment B are the proposed rule changes broken out into the revised text format, showing what's been added and what's been deleted. And that's where I'm going to spend most of the focus today, walking you through those changes as the guideline. And then sometimes just because it's easier, attachment C is the draft version of the final text as it's been presented here. So none of the cuts and pastes and things like that, just what it would look like as a final to read. Sometimes it's just easier to do that. Before I jump in, I just want to take a moment to recognize John Frost was our Corrections Policy Committee representative on the work group. He also is a member of the Applicant Review Committee, so had a lot of familiarity with processes. Jessica Beach was our parole and probation representative, and then we had 3 additional former CPC and ARC members with Lee Eby, Carol Deshawn, and Mark Warren. So just to let you know that it was very well represented for discussions, and to thank them for that service. So in attachment B, the first administrative rule is the 25900800005, the definitions administrative rule. This rule provides the definitions for all of Division 8, so applies to all of the criminal justice minimum standards for employment, training, and certification. One thing that we recognized as we were making amendments is that we had several interpretations and definitions in our policy process rules. So what we've done here is taken those and relocated them into this definition. So you'll see that interpretations for aggravating and mitigating circumstances and ineligibility periods were just transferred over to this definitions rule. We also transferred the moral fitness definitions, and those were revised in this process, which is why you also have those side-by-side tables, so you could see those changes lined up side by side, and we'll go through some of the more significant things. So to that end, the first definition I want to point two is number 10, criminal disposition on page 2. DPSST recommends amending the definition for criminal disposition to include suspended sentence and deferred prosecution agreement, which are additional disposition outcomes that may not require an entered plea of guilt or a finding of guilt by a court. You also can see that we've rewritten it in list format as cleaner punctuation and readability. And at any time, feel free to stop me and ask me questions, but otherwise I will just proceed until I see the flags.
Is deferred prosecution, is conditional discharge, is that included in that? That's another typo.
I would defer to you.
Maria Atwood, for the record, yes. So deferred prosecution is used as a bit of an umbrella term for things like diversion, conditional discharge, and those sorts of programs that don't, in some jurisdictions, don't even require a plea, but do oftentimes involve kind of findings being made that the conduct occurred, which right now would not technically usually fall under our jurisdiction. So this rule is trying to be more inclusive with what we can review. Yeah.
Can I have a quick question? And it's kind of before that, I was looking after the aggravating circumstances, and this may not be, but on page 1, it says I'm confused why it specifically when it says parole probation officer. Is it, and it'll be later on maybe that I hear that, and you can just tell me to wait, because sometimes I get ahead of myself.
No, that's fine. Jennifer Howell for the record. So the definition that is currently there for armed parole and probation officer, it's a separate outlying standard, and that is the standard that requires firearms training for armed parole and probation officers. So, yeah. So no changes to those. It just happens to be one of the definitions in that definition rule. Okay. Moving on to page 3, definition number 14, discharged. This is adding a new definition. It provides interpretation focusing on the manner of separation from employment, and it provides staff direction on distinguishing what falls into a mandatory process and what falls into a discretionary process. So the full term is discharged for cause. This is applying just to the separation as discharged. All of the for cause portions remain part of Administrative Rule 300, and we will see those later in this presentation. Discriminatory conduct is just a transfer definition, no changes to that. 16, dishonesty has been amended. The work group recommended revising the definition to include actions to conceal misconduct, and DPSST recommended removing reckless disregard for the truth. We also hopefully, in reorganizing it and repunctuating it, made it simpler that it would be intentional conduct that is untruthful, and then provides additional examples of including dishonesty by omission, deception, misrepresentation, falsification, or concealment of misconduct. The next definition is gross misconduct. This is the one that is specific to the applicant review committee. And it just transferred the definition as is. The next definition, 22, harm. The full definition is enumerated there on page 4.
Matt Phillips, for the record.
Yes.
I just want to say I have some concerns about subsection B under the definition of harm, because I feel like that could be very subjective and qualitative and very difficult to measure quantitatively and to prove. So was there discussion about that in the work group?
Certainly, yes, there was. And when we looked into the definitions of harm as they appear in the legal dictionaries and different sources, there are many components to harm. So let's, in using the example of gross misconduct, it would be deliberate or reckless conduct that causes or could have caused significant harm. So in gross misconduct, the harm level would need to be found to be significant, also subjective. In misconduct that the policy committees see, it says conduct that causes or could have caused harm. So this definition of harm would be used to help interpret those. Yes, the work group also found it to be subjective. Process-wise, DPSST would apply the information, maybe identify potentially what is considered harm, and then that comes to the committee for the committee's deliberation and the discretion that the committee has in order to decide whether or not it is a moral fitness violation or whether or not it's actionable.
So I'm just thinking of some of the complaints that we receive. Maybe some of you have had the opportunity to pull someone over and give them a ticket, and they're absolutely furious and their behavior escalates, and maybe they even end up getting arrested as a result of that. And so did I somehow cause harm that resulted in fury? I'm pretty concerned about it.
Just for continued discussion, it would be conduct that's going to be identified in the records that DPSST receives. So we'll talk about when we open cases a little bit later on, but we primarily open cases when there's a criminal act, a criminal disposition or arrest, or when the individual has been separated, either voluntarily or non-voluntarily, and that separation has allegations of misconduct. And the employer has done their investigation and we receive a copy of that investigation. So we would be looking at those contents and it would be harm that has been enumerated in those documents.
Can I jump in real quick? Please. This is Marie Atwood for the record. I would echo everything Jennifer just said. We open a case based on a separation or criminal conduct of some kind. So most of the situations like the one you're describing don't rise to the level that we would see them. If we did, it would probably be in the form of just a citizen complaint that got sent to DPSST. And by and large, those are majority of the time not actually within our jurisdiction. People are always welcome to send us complaints or information that they think we should know about public safety professionals, but a lot of the time it's not jurisdictional by us because it doesn't rise to the level of a moral fitness violation. If we do get a complaint that we think might be jurisdictional, but that isn't a termination or criminal disposition, then our next step is to have to bring it to the committee and board to even get permission to file it as a case. So there's a whole lot of layers of kind of review and discretion that would have to go into the process before something like the scenario you presented would ever result in opening a case.
And Matt Phillips, for the record, I appreciate and I do understand and agree with what you just said. I'm also concerned that oftentimes when we establish a definition, it creeps out into other parts of the world and becomes a definition used for other things that it was not intended to be used for. And I want to be careful of setting that precedent.
Kind of for the record, I hear what Sheriff Phillips is saying there. I think that is the reason that checks and balances exist, and they exist in so many forms, similar to potentially one of the cases that we just discussed today, that many may not have seen the behavior as causing harm and harm that would meet a definition, but in an ambiguous definition, it does sort of encompass any harm that could be caused. But then those things need to be vetted similar to the way we are doing those at our own agencies when those complaints are being substantiated or unfounded or not sustained, however that comes through. So, but I hear what you're saying about potential leak of definition as well.
I'll continue on.
Yes.
And we can also come back to it before the final decisions on what happens next. So it is a new definition to actually enumerate what harm includes. So it has that physical injury component, the emotional damage to property, and then loss of rights. And the definition is applied to misconduct, to gross misconduct, and to misuse of authority. So that is where we would be using it within our administrative rules. The next definition I wanted to direct you to is number 5 for misconduct. So one that you'll be familiar with for today. We transferred the definition and it has been revised in that it's now a list instead of a paragraph. The first section is the same, conduct that violates criminal laws. We updated the language about harm to say that it's conduct that causes or could cause harm, and separated that efficient operation of the agencies out into a different component and reworded that without using harm to the agency. So that's conduct that disrupts and negatively affects the operation of any agency. Misconduct still includes discriminatory conduct, and discriminatory conduct has its own standalone definition. All right. Misuse of authority. Again, transferring the definition and has been revised for better clarity and improving the application of the intent of that moral fitness violation. So pretty drastically reworded, but still trying to honor the original intent of it. Any further discussion about those moral fitness definition changes? It's the last definition that I had to highlight, and I would move on to page 9. And that is Administrative Rule 2590080-290. And this is the standard that we apply to pre-employment. So individuals who are being hired into public safety, they've never served in public safety previously. They happen to have a criminal disposition in their prior history. And these cases go to the Applicant Review Committee for review. So this rule outlines those standards that apply and the processes for reviewing those cases. You'll see kind of at the introduction, there are some semantical changes for better clarity. And then we've also, throughout this rule and additional rules, you'll see the insertion of the application for training as part of the denial. And that is just recognizing that it's authority that's outlined in our Oregon Revised Statute, and we're just capturing that to be more specific. I do want to point to Section 3. Section 3 has a new exception clause, and it's going to be a little premature for me to get into it now, but I want to put a marker down for it. 3 is the mandatory grounds for denying someone who is just coming into public safety. Right now, it maintains that the mandatory disqualifying convictions that are listed in Rule 300 still apply to the pre-employment convictions. In this proposed rule change, we're introducing an opportunity for limited exceptions, which I'll explain more when we get to Section 12. So just that placeholder there for that. In Section 4, you see where we removed those definitions and just left the terms there for dishonest and misconduct of the violations and how it reduces that language. That cleans it up and makes it a little bit easier to read. For number 5, review of discriminatory cases. So number 5, the work group recommended removing the automatic administrative closure process for a dismissed DUI. And this recognizes that even when the DUI is dismissed, the conduct that caused the DUI could still have moral fitness violations as a part of it. We had 2 carve-outs, one here in the pre-employment and one in the discretionary cases, that if DUI was the only charge, there weren't any other charges, and it was successfully dismissed, that it didn't ever become a case. And so this removes that. We still continue to see most DUIs because most of them also came with that reckless driving component. So this also kind of removes that disparity.
Mike, for the record, how much did you analyze how much that would add to the workload?
We did not.
Curious if that.
Something you could try to look into.
Thank you. Let's see. Procedurally moving down to sections 7 and 8. So Section 7 adds the discretion for staff to close cases that are in error. It refers to the process in Rule 310, Section 4, where it's going to state that it's cases that are opened in error or officers who are deceased, which happens from time to time that we encounter those cases. So it would just be allowing staff to do that internally without having to bring it to the committees for a administrative closure process. Sections 8 and 9, the applicant review committee does not currently review what you're familiar with as the administrative closures. The PSST presents them as informational content, but there's no review and vote to approve or not approve. We just provide that information to them that these cases are being closed. This changes that so that the applicant review committee will follow the same process. So when we've opened a case and determined that it either didn't fit the moral fitness or it's past the 10 years that the applicant review committee has for an ineligibility period, or that the information is incomplete or has been sealed or expunged, so on and so forth, then those what have previously been known as inquiry closures would go to them as administrative closures, and they'd go through the same process to approve. If they approve it, it gets closed. If they don't approve it, it goes back to them as a case for them to review. Okay. On page 11, section 11, the section 11 changes are the result of transferring those definitions for aggravating and mitigating circumstances and the ineligibility period for transferring those over. So what you see that looks like an insertion in 11C is just relocating some of the information that was there. The applicant review committee has the practice of always considering as part of their mitigating circumstances that the individual was employed and that they were not employed at the time of the conduct, and that they have since become employed and gone through the background case process. Again, E is relocating their ineligibility time period range, which maintains as 0 to 10 years. And then we added in section F what happens when fitness violations are negated. We just inserted that actual process into the rule. Okay, so then looking at section 12 and the possibility of a waiver for denial of a mandatory conviction. Okay, first I wanted to cover what is included in a mandatory denial or revocation for convictions. And because it's in Rule 300 and it's not right in front of you. Mandatory denial includes felony convictions, convictions involving drugs, domestic violence, abuse of a child, a conviction for a bias or a hate crime, or convictions that require registration as a sex offender. So, mandatory disqualifiers are also at this time applied as permanent lifetime disqualifiers. So no matter what, if the person has a conviction for those things, it's a permanent and a lifetime disqualification. The question came about whether or not that still needs to apply for the individuals where the conviction occurred before they were ever employed in public safety. So does that same automatic permanent lifetime disqualifier always apply in those instances? So this possible waiver would apply to a conviction that occurred prior to any employment in public safety. 10 years would have had to have passed since the completion of all of their court-ordered obligations, so their parole, probation, any other court-ordered requirements. It would only apply if the conviction was not a person felony. So person felonies remain mandatory, permanent lifetime disqualifiers. And it would be an opportunity if the conviction was involving drug use or possession. So drug manufacturing, distribution, those things would still continue to be permanent lifetime disqualifiers. So a very, very narrow set of circumstances. And then you would add on to that, that as an applicant going to the applicant review committee for DPSST to review it and for the applicant review committee to receive a request for waiver, the individual had to be hired. So an agency went through the process, went through their background, and chose to hire them. So that's kind of the qualifications for that very limited waiver, but wanted to pause to see what kind of questions you all had about that.
Jennifer Cameron, I have a question. Is theft or crimes like that not mandatory disqualifications? Because they are crimes of deception.
If it is a felony.
Okay.
So right now, the mandatory disqualifiers are limited to convictions, so not other criminal disposition formats, but specifically the conviction and in the felony. We do not have theft as a standalone automatic disqualifier. It would be discretionary. Unless I'm not inaccurately saying theft and it is a felony.
Well,
And
there's
I don't-
plenty of felony
right,
thefts.
right. But there are also misdemeanor thefts, right?
Yes,
Yes.
Maria Atwood for the record. I also think,
Is what you're referring to.
yes, or identity theft or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
identity.
But
Yes.
I think the big thing about this proposed concept is that it's only regarding pre-employment conduct that was at least a decade old. So it's like those cases where maybe someone who's 19, used mom's credit card without permission and got dinged for it,
And I get, especially
Yeah.
the youth, I mean, certainly they're.
But even if someone had a misdemeanor theft post-employment, I think most of the time we would receive that case as likely a termination case that we would file anyway, based on a dishonesty allegation. Yeah.
Mike Hartford, for the record, what was the impetus for this rule? Was there a sponsor, an agency, or was this an internal review?
This came about, the question was posed to the work group based on a contested case where DPSST had to, because of the administrative rule requiring denial based on a conviction involving drugs, we had to mandatorily deny this individual their certification. And it was pre-employment. It was more than 10 years. This person actually had gone on to a public safety career in another state, and they were transferring to Oregon. So they had served as a public safety officer. So the ALJ was just very, I guess, kind of provided the feedback of it should be considered. Like, would DPSST should consider one way or another whether or not to either continue to uphold this mandatory lifetime disqualifier or find out if there needs to be another way, another consideration. So that's how it originally came about. I also have an older case that didn't go through the contested case process, but many, many years ago, a telecommunicator who had been hired and applied, but their conviction was a DUI in another state and was a felony in that state under that conviction. So therefore was that mandatory lifetime disqualifier. But again, it happened before they were ever employed at public safety. Any thoughts or feedback? It's a pretty significant change to open the door to considering.
I think you just corrected slightly. I didn't think you opened it completely. It's not like you just said free reign and everybody consider it. So I think you guys have some good parameters on it of saying, there's still these guidelines and, but leaving something open for consideration for somebody, I think is a pretty good.
I think it's also, Maria, with the record, important to think about this proposal in light with the proposed definition change for a criminal disposition. 'Cause now, if those are changed to include things like diversionary programs, someone might have gone through diversion a decade ago for what was previously a mandatory disqualifier. And in that scenario, they may have done everything they needed to do, and it didn't actually result in a conviction. So that could fall into the picture of cases we would consider to allow someone into the profession.
I'm happy to move on and people can continue to ask me questions at any time and we can go back if needed. Rule 25900800300, the grounds for denying, revoking, or suspending public safety professional certifications. So again, section 2 there is where we list out the mandatory denial or revocation of certification. And I previously highlighted those as the felony convictions, convictions involving drug, domestic violence, abuse of a child, conviction for bias or hate crime, and conviction for or being registered as a sex offender. So going through the changes that you see there on page 14, when we looked to the drug one, kind of the question arose, how are DUIs treated if the intoxicant is a drug and not alcohol? So we're adding information there in paragraphs big A and big B that would distinguish as long as the conviction doesn't also have either another conviction or a related conviction that would be mandatory. If it's just DUI for drug, that would be kind of the drug use or possession situation, then it still, the DUI is still treated as the discretionary case. So I wanted to maintain that. Sections C, D, E, and F have changes that are aligning the rule language to match the statutory language. So DPSST adopted the majority of what you see here in the 0300 section 2 way back in 2017, and around 2020, the legislature added these requirements into the Oregon revised statutes and applied it to the police officer certifications. So codifying that mandatory denial and revocation when these things occur, and that's a police officer. So because they had it worded slightly differently, we wanted to make sure that that language aligned so we wouldn't run into any issues going forward. But our administrative rules have always applied to all of the disciplines and continue to apply to all of the disciplines. Highlighting G, this is a new addition, and this is for consideration. It would be a conviction in which the public safety professional, the public safety professional has a conviction for stalking as defined in ORS 163.732 or its statutory counterpart in another jurisdiction. This was a discussion and a question, so we provided it in the draft administrative rule. The work group's feedback was kind of mixed on whether or not to include it or not include it. DPSST, my page is confused, pardon me. We modified the language before it was involving stalking. So we, since the work group reviewed it, we modified it and made it specifically that specific conviction and its counterpart, and have included it here for consideration, not only based on the type of conduct, but also in consideration for the impact that it has on the individual's ability to own or possess a firearm. So those were kind of the background for that recommendation. Okay. So H is getting into discharge for cause, which is a different mandatory disqualifier. And again, discharge for cause is when the person is separated, and we defined discharge in the definitions rule, and it is as a result of intentional conduct performed under the color of office. So on page 15, what you see there that's being added, G, H, and I, those are again part of the police officer mandatory discharge for cause that is included in the Oregon revised statute. And so this is again that alignment with the statute to the administrative rule. And then J is continuing to maintain, we previously had our mandatory discharge for cause if the person was discriminating against another. And so we didn't want to eliminate it entirely because I, which is policing indicative of bias or discriminatory intent,
is different from a corrections officers or a parole probation or a telecommunicator or even a police officer's discriminatory conduct outside of those components of policing indicative violence. So we wanted to continue to maintain what we already had, as well as recognize that that special statutory requirement for discharge for cause for policing indicative of bias. Okay, I'm going to pause there if you have any questions before I move on to discretionary. And really the pause was just for me to take a drink. Okay,
Self-pause.
what's that?
Self-pause.
Self-pause. Okay. Discretionary. So these are the cases that come before before you at the Communications Corrections Policy Committee. And you see those cases because DPSST has opened them and found dishonesty, misconduct, or misuse of authority, and then you review them to make your determinations. So again, just recognizing that we've transferred the definitions from this rule to the definition rule, and you can see those amendments there. On page 16, looking at subsection B, B enumerates when we open a case. Again, we open cases when we have a criminal disposition or an arrest, and there's where there's a separation of employment, and that separation is tied to an allegation of misconduct. We also open cases when there are violations of the student code of conduct and the student is dismissed. We have statutory authority to open cases for falsification. We also have kind of G, which is that catch-all receipt or discovery of information that would lead us down that path. So we are recommending a new addition to when DPSST may open a case to be presented to you with findings of dishonesty, misuse of authority, or misconduct. And that would be C, conduct related to finding of contempt of court, violation of an extreme risk protection order, violation of a restraining order, or violation of a stalking protective order. That would be a new cause for case.
So this is just violation. So, and of course, I guess I need to read them, but it just, if someone is a restraining order or stalking order is filed against someone, potentially that's going to impact their employment, but that I just need to read the whole thing.
First and foremost, they're in an armed position.
Right. Well, yeah, obviously, but even, yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking. Okay. Because it just, nobody that has an active restraining order potentially, but I know there's exceptions. So
we had one today.
Yes. Well, and that's what we're going to be reviewing. That's more. So just causes pause. But anyway. Okay. But I know there's exceptions too. So.
Mike Parker, for the record, just for the one we reviewed today, had that not had the DUI, we wouldn't have reviewed that in there, but for now this inclusion of the new rule.
Exactly.
If these go through, then we would.
But those types of cases aren't traditionally criminal dispositions, right? Because it's usually a civil matter, you know, or a contempt is not a crime necessarily. So kind of filling that gap.
In other words.
Paying attention today.
Okay. On page 17, there's a section that applies to emergency suspension. That's section number 6. So you'll see that we already had a small paragraph there about emergency suspension. So there was already the authority to go the route of emergency suspension order that would immediately suspend someone's certification if the policy committee, board, or the executive committee found that there was a serious danger to public health and safety. So that already exists, that authority exists. What DPSST is proposing is clarifying why we would do that in subsection B. So subsection B is what we currently have, but just adding in kind of the whys for doing that. And then A is adding a new emergency suspension component when a public safety professional has been charged with a felony. The idea being to recognize that there's a serious danger to public safety by allowing a public safety professional to retain certification and the ability to perform the duties of a public safety professional while such egregious charges are pending.
Is this a temporary emergency suspension? This would be a temporary act until they went through a review committee?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me give some more information. So an emergency suspension order does immediately suspend the individual's certification. There's no prior notification. So with the process that's outlined in administrative rule, DPSST would have received notification that the individual has been arrested or charged with the felony crime. And with that, we would collect the information that's available about that charge, convene an executive committee of the board meeting to ask them to review and approve whether or not it rises to the level of emergency suspension. In part, this recognizes that, yes, while most agencies are probably going to have put that person on leave, when you look at the public records and you contact DPSST, they still look like they're employed and they still look like they're certified until their case has gone all the way through the process and there's been a final determination or until they're officially separated from their employer. So it's kind of to close that loop and ensure to everyone that if this person has such egregious charges that are pending, they are not able to serve in that public safety capacity. But through the process of having it reviewed by the executive committee, they would be looking at those factors and making a determination.
Item 7 for the record. So in some cases, they would emergency suspend, and in other cases, they would not. So they would be passing their determination for anybody else following on, well, the academy didn't agree or the academy did agree.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Howell for the record. So the emergency suspension order, if the executive committee chose not to exercise that authority, the person would still have a professional standards case pending until those criminal allegations were finalized. So then it would just be a matter of how is the employer handling it? Are they still allowing that person to perform the duties of during that time period or not? But DPSST would continue to follow the charges until they're completed to determine whether or not they land in the mandatory or discretionary and then later come to the committee. So it doesn't, even if they say no emergency suspension, it doesn't mean that the person won't be a professional standards case that's reviewed when it's been completely vetted. Was that to your question?
So yeah, it answers the question.
Okay.
I think about how that is perceived by public, by labor, by anybody looking at it from the outside saying, geez, the certifying authority said, take it right now on this case, but they did not on this case. They liked for this person. They don't like this person. And so I have concern about that.
And kind of for the record, it's also interesting then for the originating agency, if something happens and that agency does whatever they do, and then DPSST, the executive board says, no, we're not going to take it on this one. That is an interesting implication back to the agency. I'm not saying I disagree. I actually like the idea. I think this helps us. If I have somebody that is in that serious of a situation that I put them on administrative leave while a criminal investigation is being conducted, it does look good that DPSST would then come around and have the ability to take that person's certification
at the time, and then we're sort of walking in lockstep. But I agree with Brian, there are some potential perception issues if there's not lockstep between the agency and DPSST, and this will set precedents pretty darn quickly on what the charges and circumstances are that DPSST is then saying, yes, this constitutes an emergency and we're going to take action versus doesn't. And really, we're talking about ambiguity right now because I don't know what that would look like, but it does leave a door open.
Brian, Stefan, just to clarify also, I agree that I think would be good. But I wonder if it would be better if it was an automatic for everybody, just as agencies, when they have a officer involved shooting, the officer involved is automatically on administrative leave for time while the review occurs. If some were automatically on leave, or some went on leave and some were not, it would have a totally different perception.
Maria Atwood, record, I have a clarifying question for you. When you say automatic, you mean a process that would occur kind of internally within DPSST, emergency suspend, and then proceed with the case in the normal course? Or do you mean delineating more specific parameters for the executive committee to decide? Yeah, on if it falls into these three situations, it is an emergency suspension.
Brian, Stefan, yes. What you said, I think all of you could probably explain it or describe it a little bit better than I could. But I agree, if there were certain bullet points that were hit, then it's an automatic having to do with charges.
Catherine Calpine, for the record, also just in context, I actually started on the moral fitness still on the police policy committee, and then came to professional standards and seeing this through the fruition. One of the things that we talked about internally is, for example, we've had at least two in the last 2 years where somebody, a public safety official, was arrested for homicide. And we discussed, should we do an emergency suspension? It's notional at best because in both cases, which we check, they're obviously, one, put on admin leave, and two, both of them couldn't get bail. So it's like, to what end do we do these next steps? Should we demonstrate to the public that we also are suspending their certification pending the outcome? So some of it is public perception, because we look to see, if the agency puts them on and takes away all their arrest authorities, there's a common sense that says they can't perform the duties. So is it just a notional step of suspending their certification till everything is adjudicated? And I think at this point, the ability to bring certain ones to emergency suspension was deemed to be important to be able to do, which we just hadn't done in the past.
And anecdotally, we've also had cases where someone's been arrested for very significant felony crimes and has been able to make bail. And their employment process is still ongoing, but they are, at the end of the day, still out in the community, right? And so public perception, even though they are not actively in the field on duty, being on admin leave, it still could give the public a little bit of a reassurance that DPSST's eyes are on this situation. We're temporarily halting the status of their certification until we know kind of what the overall outcomes are.
And Stefan, I agree that would be a very good thing. I'm behind it. And I think that if we had definitive, this is when that happens, then even the innocent people aren't going to look guilty based on what the academy has done.
Yeah,
For the record.
Who's going to go first? Oh, go ahead.
Couple thoughts, Sheriff. One, where does this fall in? Has there been any discussion about DPSST's confidentiality when it comes to releasing this information for someone who is the recipient of emergency suspension? What would that look like? Would there be an automatic press release generated? Would it only be at like a public information release request level? And then my second question, not related to that at all. in both of these, what I read is that the emergency suspension would remain in place and in effect until a final order revoking certification is issued or the case is closed without revocation. Aren't there other possibilities of what could happen at the end? Say, for instance, that charge is reduced and then gets sent in front of the board. It would not either be a revocation or a closure. It could be somewhere in the middle. So those are my two thoughts as I sat here. Thank you.
Even any actions, it's always a revoke, right?
But if they land on no revocation, it's resolved, so there's resolution. It doesn't necessarily be either or. I'm hearing his terminology.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the, Nick, kind of for the record, I think it's some things could fall under charged as the felony that would then meet something that is more egregious, and then it is ultimately pled out or something to be a lesser. While I have the floor, Nick Hunter, still for the record, to Brian's comment too on officer-involved shootings. When you have an officer-involved shooting these days, a lot of agencies have gone towards it's no longer called administrative leave on officer-involved shootings. We actually title that totally differently for that specific purpose. But you do ultimately have an investigation that is occurring in some cases around a homicide. And so that may be something that wants to be clarified in there just from the very beginning so that we don't confuse public perception of what that would look like. Are you tracking?
It's hard to track. There's a lot of things
Sorry.
going on. No, that's okay. What was the last statement to the effect of further narrowing when it would be applied?
I'm just to keep it out of an executive board's purview, because that officer that was involved in the shooting, they are in fact being investigated for a homicide until that. Now, some jurisdictions are not going to grand juries, some are making decisions in other places, but until that decision is made, essentially that's what you have. And so some clarity in those situations might not be a bad idea. And trust me, this is where I'm going to defer to Maria and Kathy as to what that language would look like that would not make this something that the public believes would need to go to. Because I can see some of the public very quickly believing that if an officer is involved in an officer-involved shooting, then they no longer have their certification until they are adjudicated, we'll call it, or not charged. And that is not the message that we want to send to our law enforcement officers. There are plenty of unique situations that may occur, and that can be at the board's discretion. But when we're talking about an OIS, I think that should not be a decision until if there is a charging instrument that is then used against that officer, then that may be a decision for the board. But a little bit different than just your person over here that's now been charged with that crime. I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to say this, that there should be some sort of a discernment from that perspective.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this provision only, this Maria Atwood for the record, only applies when someone has been formally charged, right? That is what initiates this proceeding of a possible emergency suspension. So in an OIS, they would have to have been indicted, which kind of takes it out of the category of, unfortunate but non-misconduct type shooting situations. Yeah, so.
Matt Phelps, for the record, one of my thoughts was, if we're going to remove the certification because it looks right, does that really have anything to do with the authority of that person? For example, I'll swear in Melissa as a reserve deputy, and that she could get in trouble. There's no certification, and she could be arrested, and I could let her continue to work, right?
As a reserve.
Because she'd still be a reserve deputy with arrest authority under my commission.
Yep.
Okay, so say the person still does have certification. When that gets removed, that's my whole path to terminate someone. But does it necessarily mean that their arrest would be unlawful? Or if they wrote someone a citation and their certification was suspended, that that citation wouldn't be valid.
Jennifer Howell, I can't speak to whether or not the citation would remain valid or not. I will state that we have written into the administrative rule, I think it's 310 or 320, where we say that if you're revoked, you're prohibited from performing the duties of. We added the matching component for emergency suspension. If you are emergency suspended, you are prohibited from performing the duties of. Now,
Prohibited by administrative rule,
yes.
right?
Hopefully the agencies follow with the rules.
No. Well, and I'm not saying because I go any of these places, right? But I mean, sometimes I don't know, I feel like it might be best just that we leave things where they are, and that it is the employee and agency's responsibility to do the right thing, and that we don't necessarily have to get into that business. Of course, I do also understand clearly there's circumstances where, you know, we do need to send a strong message. Or it certainly looks good, but we don't have to.
Well, and again, the only reason this would ever happen would be if someone's charged with one of those very significant crimes that creates an imminent risk to the public, right? So it's not going to be issuing a citation that someone was mad about could lead to this situation.
So I want to go back to circle around a few different things that were said. So right now it says, charged with a crime that if convicted requires revocation under section 2A of this rule, 2A being the felonies. Member Stefan, to your comments about it goes to the executive committee and they decide yes on this one, no on that one. I believe that recommendation was put forward that it be reviewed by a committee for the purpose of determining or recognizing that not all felonies are equal and not all jurisdictions are equal. So if somebody went to Vegas, there could be a different felony in Vegas that might not be a felony in Oregon type thing. But yes, to distinguish it between even probably non-person and person felony levels. So there could be further limitation of this application to specific types of felonies if we wanted to go that route. I'm just going to hit on a couple different things. There was a question about the public records aspect of it. Yes, the executive committee is a public meeting, so it would be a public meeting notice that a case is going forward to them for consideration. So it would put it into a public purview. That said, even if the rule and the process were to direct DPSST to issue an emergency suspension order when exactly these things occur, that emergency suspension order would still be a public record itself. It just wouldn't have gone through necessarily a public meeting process, depending upon what was laid out.
Like for the record, I'm assuming it'd be on your IRIS, your CGIS IRIS, it would say suspended.
Correct. The certification tab, the certification would stay suspended.
Nick Hunter for the record. And I mean, DPSST is the certifying authority. So as the certifying authority, if DPSST makes a decision about that certification, that doesn't necessarily mean that the agency has to support that decision made about that certification. But I think DPSST owns the right as the certifying authority to make that, which could make the waters muddy, depending on the situation. But I think we need to remember that I think we're bleeding this into agency and DPSST and what that looks like together, when in fact these are actually running parallel. They're not necessarily crossing.
Good point.
And this is a temporary suspension.
Yes.
Anyway.
It only states
has to be
if the board approves.
Matt Phelps for the record, you know, there's places where I think there's clear distinction between what the roles and responsibility of the agency and DPSST are. And then this makes me think this is starting to blend together a little bit. And then I'm also concerned, like with every rule, I think, or law that's ever been passed, this is the only reason we're going to have this. Over time, we get a little interested in like, oh, well, this is kind of important to us too. So then our authorities, starts to creep, and we start to get into more and more areas, and go well beyond what was originally intended. I'm not saying that's specifically going to happen here, but generally those are concerns of mine.
So I'll go forward, and then, so what I'll do at the end is just ask for any direction on things that need to be further considered and are going to be the official comments of the Corrections Policy Committee and direction that staff need to consider going forward. Okay. Check my bearings here. We'd be moving on to Administrative Rule 259-008-0310 on page 18. Okay. Again, just pointing to the place in the section 4 deleted where we removed that carve out for the DUIs that are dismissed and they're the only charge. So those would be cases, and I've made the note to kind of internally analyze how that would impact caseloads for DPSST. So we'd be able to factor that into potential fiscal impact statements. 4 is where I previously mentioned the specific authority for DPSST to internally, without additional review, close professional standards cases if the case is opened in error or upon receiving notice that the public safety professional is deceased. We just further enhanced when we may bring forward administrative closure, aligning it also with the language that we had in the pre-employment standard, recognizing times when records are incomplete or inconclusive as another reason why we may view a administrative closure. Moving on to page 20 and section 10, the policy committee review of discretionary professional standards cases. Just trying to explain there that DPSST is inserting that large section to address a phrase that appears in statute that says the policy committee and the relevant discipline and the board shall review discretionary cases. This is just providing direction as to how DPSST interprets that and providing it for all of our future selves, even though most of it feels pretty self-explanatory. So 10B at the bottom, the policy committee review professional standards cases too. So this is outlining your process. And this is where we consolidated the language after we took out the aggravating and mitigating circumstances and ineligibility periods. So that moved up into this section. Keeping these pages straight. Moved up into this section, where we have the information on the ineligibility period ranges. So when we move them up here, you'll also see that there are some changes to those ineligibility periods. So right now, your standard ineligibility periods are 3 years to 10 years if it is misuse of authority or misconduct that doesn't include discriminatory conduct. If the misconduct does include discriminatory conduct or the moral fitness violation includes dishonesty, you have 3 years to lifetime. So there have been discussions on both ends. So the final recommendation was to lower all minimums to 0 so that the committee would have the opportunity to consider less than 3 years as the minimums. So you could say we are finding that this misconduct occurred and we want to take action, but that action in conjunction with other mitigating circumstances and timelines, such as when the ineligibility period begins you're factoring in all of those things, you can now recommend less than 3 years, as low as 0. Which means that a person could be revoked, officially revoked, but then eligible to return and go through the process pretty quickly.
Matt Phillips, for the record, does DPSST have any data on the number of people that are revoked from any discipline for any period of time and actually regain employment in law enforcement in Oregon?
Well, if you, Maria, for the record, if you've been revoked in Oregon, you can't get recertified in Oregon, right?
Brian Seven, for the record, I think we did it last time we met. We had, was that December? We had somebody that had been away from law enforcement for a handful of years, 7, 12 years, I can't remember, 5 years. We revoked them for 3 because we wanted to acknowledge that what they did was wrong and confirm that. However, what they had done since that time, because of when the event occurred and when it became official for our start date, since that time, they had done tremendous things to the right direction. And they came back to law enforcement and were hired. And then it came to this committee. And so we acknowledged what they had done was wrong. We revoked for 3 years, I think, then 5 years. It was 5 years later, so they could continue work that they had been doing and move forward.
Catherine Kelpin, for the record, we also have people who monitor their time and are ready to go apply to, another agency within Oregon. So let's say they were revoked for 3 years, 3 years and a day, they're ready to apply. Now, there is nothing that says you cannot, once, that revocation sentence is done, it's now up to the agency to say whether or not they want to hire them based on whatever they find in their backgrounds. But DPSST won't get in the way because they've served their time in their revocation. And this is why they have the time frame. But I know this was strongly brought up by the committee. So just making sure you guys know that it's not the DPSST staff, but it was the Moral Fitness Committee that really wanted the latitude at times where they feel that, well, they want to support. Yeah, there's actually a moral fitness violation. However, because of the time, it was 5 years ago, but maybe they have the rules say you have to wait till the board affirms, where they want to go, okay, I want to do something less. And I right now I have no option but to do either just say there is no moral fitness violation because I feel so strongly, or they say it is and they recognize it's going to be longer than they want to. So this is definitely those who sit on the committees that wanted a broader range.
Phillips, for the record, I guess what I'm getting at is what are we trying to accomplish when we take action? Is this general deterrence so that everyone else sees what's going on? Is it to specifically send a message to that one individual? Maybe it's a little of both, but how does it affect that individual in the long run? And I would say, at least in Oregon today, if you've had your certification pulled at any point, there's not a lot of employers that are going to look to hire you again, right? Well, at least I hope. So I just wonder what the utility will be on these shorter timelines if someone's actually violated to the standard that we would find.
For the record, I think it allows for a bit more consistency. And like the situation that Brian was talking about, you had an individual that essentially had done this, and this, and then they were away from law enforcement for this amount of time, and nothing had been handled back here. But all of a sudden, when they were trying to get rehired again, which we've had a few of these situations come up as of late, so now, because it couldn't be addressed back here, it got addressed when they tried to get rehired again. And then it was the situation of what is appropriate for this individual? What have they done? And so trying to remain consistent then that if we look at what had been done, that would have received some sort of ineligibility requirement, but they've done this since then. So we imposed an ineligibility requirement that fit actually in the time that this individual was not involved in public safety. And so they did receive that, which keeps that consistent with others. but they had created this gap of such a long period of time that it would have been inappropriate then to let them do this, then all of a sudden put another ineligibility on them for an additional number of years. That wouldn't make sense in the timeline. So I do actually like the broadening and just giving us more. It's a bit, I think about it like the courts, and at times it's time served. And so time served is relevant in this case, but it does give us an option that we don't have to look away from what it is and say, no, we think this, there's no other way around it other than to either say yes or no. This creates the maybe, and it fills in the gray area a little bit that we can still impose something without potentially stifling someone from being able to move forward that now we believe deserves to move forward.
Brian said for the record on that, I'm sorry, on that point, it isn't an automatic, and it's the committee that discusses it and determines whether they want to grant that or not. In this situation, it was a very recent example, and that's why it's fresh in our minds, but the person had done, it was a lot of alcohol related stuff at the beginning, and had done a lot of work on alcoholism and community work between that time. And all of us felt strongly that that was appropriate.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. I have a next appointment, so I have to leave.
Thank you so
Didn't
much.
realize it's gonna get this late. so. Thank you.
So
Just one more thing on that, Jennifer.
Sure.
Nick Cutter for the record. And the other thing that made that interesting, Matt, was the individual that we were talking about had been reemployed by an agency for a year, I believe. I think he'd been there maybe even for a little bit longer than a year. And so we also had that to review, which was what has this individual done? And the sheriff submitted a letter supporting this individual and what they had done significantly as well. So this, I think this just gives us more latitude. Yes, Jennifer, I'll stop talking.
Yeah, folks, for the record, is this specifically for people that left employment prior to receiving discipline that would come to the board, or for anybody that is in front of us?
Sure. Okay. So Jennifer Howell, thank you. With the ineligibility period, this applies only to the discretionary cases that the committees hear. So before I've mentioned that the mandatory ones, they're permanent, they're lifetime, DPSST handles those administratively. These are discretionary cases. You can, whether or not they have certification, if they don't, it's a denial of certification. If they have certification, certification is revoked. So the certification that's revoked is permanently revoked. It goes away. They don't get that certification back. But there's an administrative law process whereby, because this is discretionary, we have to tell the person how can they reapply in the future. So by determining based on their case and those aggravating and mitigating circumstances and assigning an ineligibility period, that in part fulfills part of that administrative law function and duty. We're saying that to reapply, you have to wait at least 5 years. You have to wait at least 10 years before you can ever come back into public safety. And then when you do, you have to be hired. You have to meet all of the minimum standards all over again. It all starts fresh.
That's kind of what I'm concerned about, Matt. Phillips, for the record, say I have a deputy gets in trouble. This board says we're taking her certification for 90 days.
Right.
I go to terminate them, and then we go before an arbitrator who says, well, hell, they had, 500 hours of vacation. You could have let them take vacation, reapply for certification. You should have kept them on benefits. This is your employee. And so I'm worried about the shorter timeframes and how that's going to affect employers if we get.
Go ahead.
No, Marie Atwood for the record. I think part of maybe what you're grappling with here is the sort of parallel movements, but very distinct concepts of employment actions and licensure actions, right? We're the licensing body. What we do is either grant or take away people's certification status. That does not require, right, the employer to agree with us, to do anything before us, to do anything in particular after us. However, a lot of employers if someone is decertified, would consider that grounds to terminate their employment, right? And nothing about this rule change would impact an agency's ability to do that termination. If the person's going to arbitrate it, they're going to try to arbitrate it. But whether or not we had grounds to certify would not be implicated in that arbitration. So what the arbitrator says could not tell us that we have to recertify them and that the certification issue needs to be walked back on. That wouldn't change. Does that make sense?
I know.
There's also a lot of, Jennifer Cameron, there's also times that we don't hear cases until after kind of that arbitration and all that information is out there because it's all part of the investigation. So I hear what you're saying and that totally makes sense. But a lot of times we don't even hear that until after you may have fired the person or the arbitrator has made their decision and whatnot.
Yeah, we postpone our processes until that's all done.
I agree, but I also, well, let's move on.
Sheriff, I hear exactly
Yeah.
what you're saying right now, because I've been in the same situation where the arbitrator then sees that DPSST chose to take no action or what that action is, and it appears to be contrary to what you did in your agency, and the arbitrator makes a ruling based on that. I don't think that that is a problem that we're going to solve in this room or any room with our arbitrators. But yes, it does leave that potentially out there.
But they are two distinct, separate.
It
separate
is, yes.
parallel
And please go
investigations.
convince the arbitrator that
No,
those are
right. They're
completely
very separate
processes.
processes. Yeah. Regardless.
Final note for the record that the maximum ineligibility was changed from 10 years to 20 years on misuse of authority and misconduct that doesn't include discriminatory conduct. So full range 0 to 20 and 0 to lifetime for the recommendations. Okay. So that's all I had for that rule. I would move on to Administrative Rule 259-008-0320. This is kind of a couple procedural rules that I'm going to go through pretty quickly. In this rule, we added language recognizing that emergency suspension prohibited from performing the duties of a certifiable professional until we withdraw that emergency suspension order. 5, clarifying revisions for the interpretation and application of the start date of the ineligibility period. We didn't change when those start dates occur. We just tried to make it better language. And then 6 is replacing that current process that outlines the eligibility to reapply, trying to, again, provide a clear, concise language for that, but not changing what it actually is or does, just trying to make it better. Rule 330, surrendering certifications, was just a technical minor edit for including the full range of the administrative rules. 340, this was not under work group review, but we just provided some additional minor edits to recognize the denial of training, which is better alignment with our statutory language. Okay, sorry, section 400, rule 400. 400, I know, so sorry. Rule 400 is how DPS processes the complaints that the agency receives. I have to pause for more water. I think Jan have my stretch out.
It's getting warm in here, so feel free to.
All right, so really this is done as a rewrite. We've taken what we currently have, just done the strikeout and provided it as a whole new text. That doesn't mean that all of it changed. It just means that we were trying to provide some additional information, some better wording, and then there were some process changes, and it's the process changes that I really want to get into and review with you today. So we added definitions in sections 2 through 5, and 2 through 5, most of those changes are intended to improve readability and provide more process information to members of the public who are reviewing the rule. When you look to sections 4 and 5, DPSST continues to defer investigations of complaints to the employing agency. There are changes to the agency response requirements, and these changes come about based on recommendations from a Secretary of State audit that was conducted in 2021. The work group reviewed the recommendations from that audit and recommended that DPSST move forward with a change. So where we previously only had the agency respond to DPSST on jurisdictional complaints, and this continues to remain applicable to jurisdictional complaints, as defined now in the administrative rule. The agency would be, currently, they just respond back to us that the complaint has been received, reviewed, and handled in the manner appropriate. So the Secretary of State recommended that DPSST collect additional information, and primarily just as data points, not necessarily the nitty-gritty of all of the information, but just as the data points, looking to find out whether or not there was an investigation, whether any of the allegations were substantiated, and whether discipline was imposed. So those are the changes to the reporting requirements that are outlined there in 4 and 5. In section 6, DPSST maintains its discretionary ability to review complaints under specified circumstances. So these are the same circumstances that we currently continue to look at complaints and sometimes bring complaints forward to the policy committee for review. That's when the employing agency is non-responsive, when the subject of the complaint is not employed, and so there's no employer to do the investigation and respond. And third, for elected officials. Again, because there's no employer to finalize that process and send it back to DPSST. Section 7, though, is updating the process. Right now, we receive the complaint. If it is something that needs to be reviewed under those 3 categories, DPSST sends the complaint to the subject, offers them the opportunity to present mitigation or rebuttal to that complaint, does review of that, determines whether or not the complaint still needs to go to the committee. And then if it goes to the committee, we just provide that complaint and the rebuttal to the committee for the committee to tell us whether or not to proceed with the professional standards case. So the work group reviewed this process and recommended that instead of going through this kind of like 2-step process, that DPSST move forward with when they've identified a complaint that needs to be reviewed by the policy committee, to go ahead and collect all of the information applicable and accessible that can be obtained at that time, and then prepare it as a professional standards case would be. So we'd be doing all of the work on the front end instead of going through that 2-step process. So then the committee would receive the package of the case, all of the materials that are available, DPSST's review as to whether or not that conduct includes any of the violations of moral fitness standards, and they'd be able to review it just like you review your professional standards cases. So those are the changes there. Happy to answer any questions about complaints and process changes. Okay, I thought it was going to be a lot harder. Okay. The next part that I want to go over is going back to your memo, and it's speaking to the fiscal impact statements. So anytime an agency does an administrative rule change, that administrative rule change includes an analysis of the fiscal impacts to affected agencies, public and small businesses. So I want to outline that for the most part, because most of these standards are currently existing, they're just being modified. So in the broad picture, all of these are pre-existing fiscal impacts. They only apply when a person has a professional standards case and that case leads to denial or revocation of their certification. It's ongoing work that DPSST already performs. We already receive professional standards cases, and we have since inception and so on and so forth. So a lot of this is a pre-existing fiscal impacts to anyone affected by the rules. So what I did in the fiscal impact statements is recognized, one, we can't really measure any of the changes. So it's kind of an indeterminate, unknown fiscal impact. And I highlighted in the statements, I think 3 potential places, and I'm going to add a 4th today. So first, there's a potential change or increase to fiscal impacts based on those DUI cases that were previously always administratively closed and not heard. We may see additional cases there. So that would be additional cases for DPSST, for the policy committees, and then additional individuals who would not have been impacted previously. They would now have cases. And again, I still have the note to find out how many we may have done in the past so we can see what that workload might look like. Second, the emergency suspension authority and the impacts there. So again, you're looking at a different type of case and style of case and processing, as well as recognizing that that emergency suspension order is an immediate impact on a person's ability to perform as a public safety professional. So there were some enumerated costs and recognitions in the memo for that. The third change that was highlighted in the memo are those changes to the range of the ineligibility period. So those who benefit from a lesser, something that falls between 0 and a 3 in the minimums, that might be a benefit to those individuals because they would have the opportunity to return back to public safety sooner. And then the opposite for those who would have only had 10 years before, now may be faced with up to 20 based on the egregiousness of their conduct. So they would be more adversely impacted. So what I failed to get into this impact statement are the changes to the complaint processes. And just recognizing that those also have some unforeseen or unmeasurable impacts both to the employing agencies that receive those complaints, those jurisdictional complaints, even though they're already reporting back to DPSST that the complaint was received, the rule changes do expand what that reporting requirement is. So we do want to acknowledge that shift of additional work to the employing agencies, as well as there may be additional work for DPSST staff as we go through those processes and continue to monitor or increase monitoring on those responses received back, or what happens if we have a case that has to go forward to a policy committee for review. That's kind of an overview of potential fiscal impacts. Ultimately unknown, but just highlighting what we have recognized in the past or leading up to this. So that's the whole presentation. You have 2 action items. One of them is to approve or suggest any changes to those fiscal impact statements that are in your memo and the high-end overview. The second one is the motion, which is a motion and a second and a vote on approving the administrative rule changes. So what does that mean? DPSST is recommending approval of proposed rule changes. All of the policy committees have the opportunity to provide comments. So it's been presented to Telecommunications Policy Committee last week. It's Corrections Policy Committee this week, Police Policy Committee next week. So we acknowledge that the committees themselves may have comments to provide back to DPSST, as well as initiating the proposed rule change process means that we file it and it goes out for all public comment. So from all agencies and from members of the public. So we would be collecting all of those comments. So if we didn't have comments from committee or public comment, then we could move it onto the board for approval. But anticipating comments from committees and members of the public, we would package all of that back up to come back with either recommended changes or requests for direction on how to proceed after those comments are collected. Thank you so much. I know it's a big policy discussion, so I really appreciate it.
So Jennifer, is there something we need them to vote on?
Any changes to the fiscal impact statements? Okay, so consensus there to
Josh
fiscal
Albert,
impact.
for the record, actually, sorry, I couldn't find my button in time. I do think you should include the piece about what will be back on the agency for the complaints. I think that most of our agencies would appreciate that acknowledgement, whether it had a net result or not, that there will be more work.
Yep, thank you. So yes, that is definitely added. So as it's written in the memo, it's the approval of the rule changes, and then assuming that there are no comments, that it would go on to the board for approval. I think we're probably going to recognize that there will be comments. So really, it's the ultimate request of, yes, continue with the process, to go to the proposed rules, public comment period.
Okay, so that's if there's and does this require a motion or a consensus?
We've always done them with a motion and a vote.
Okay, so the motion would be made to, taking all the information you just shared with us, we are now making a motion that we want this to continue and go to the next step, which would be the public comment section.
Brian, Stefan, point of clarification, would this be an opportunity for us to give any specific comments from the committee to add?
I do want to do that, yes. And it can be separate, it can be after. So you all can say, yes, DPSST continue with the proposed rule change to obtain the public comments. And then here are our official committee comments. Because we've touched on a couple of different questions and concerns throughout the process, and I want to.
Are you inviting them to submit comment after this juncture today? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
or next time we meet to discuss things post public comment?
It was, ideally, it would be now so that we have it, we package it with what we receive so that we come back to the next committee with the analysis. But I understand and I recognize we're getting long in the meeting process, so I would have to defer to.
I was jotting down some points that people were making. Do you want me to go through those? That'd be helpful. The stuff that I wrote down based on the discussion. Okay.
Stefan, for the record, yes.
Okay. Marie Atwood for the record. So some of the points of discussion that people brought up in relation to these rule changes with regard to the DUII, deletion of the DUII carve out. It was specifically asked, can we determine how many extra cases this would result in? I think that'll help us more, get more honed in on any potential fiscal we hadn't anticipated. So we can do that in between now and next time we meet. Let's see here. With regard to emergency suspension, the general discussion was a few things. First, what kind of information would be public? I think we got some answers to that. Does anyone still feel uncertain or unclear about what would be considered a public record for an emergency suspension case? Okay. But the overall feedback was to delineate some more specific criteria and parameters for the committee to decide when an emergency suspension is warranted, almost to the point where it's kind of a foolproof, very minimal discretion sort of process. Is that a fair assessment of the discussion?
I like that you just said foolproof on the record.
Brian, Stefan, for the record, that was why.
Okay. For ineligibility periods, the general discussion was about how this might interact with potential employment processes that are happening in tandem with an ineligibility period that is shorter than what we are used to. Are there any additional questions or input? Yes, Jennifer.
Concern voiced about the definition of harm and the subjective nature of the psychological component.
Yes, so the definition in section 00522B of harm. There are, I suppose there's additional kind of delineation that we could apply to that, like a reasonable person standard or something like that. Sure. To better flesh out what that means, what harm in the form of emotional distress would constitute. And then, of course, including the fiscal impact of the additional follow-up in the complaints process that we will submit back to agencies to be responsive to us. I'm trying to find a better way to quantify or explain what the fiscal possibility could be for those agencies. Any other points that you wrote down that I missed? Okay.
Brian Seth, for the record, if now is the appropriate time, would move that we recommend this go forward with our comments attached.
Matt Phillips, I'll second.
So if I understood correctly, we're voting on a motion to continue to the public comment period. Chair Hunter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Cameron,
Aye.
Member Aldridge, see.
Aye.
Member Frosco,
Aye.
Member Hartford,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
and Member Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Just thank you so much. And one final note for the record that when it is an open public comment, just because you're on this committee does not, you still have the opportunity to submit any written comments about any of portions of the rule change during that part as well. You're not limited to just what you've discussed here today in the committee. You still have that forum and opportunity as well.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Absolutely.
As always,
Thank you very, very much.
wonderful job explaining everything. We appreciate you and all your hard work.
I think I'm gonna go so fast.
Updates.
Yes, the biggest one is, and unfortunately John had to get off, was to recognize John Frost for his 4 years on the committee. I have it. He wasn't here anyway, so we'll send that. You know, Phil's on vacation, did want to at least keep you guys moving. We have hired a project manager for our learning management system. She will come and do a tour this month. And so we are incrementally getting started, and I'm sure as committee meetings come, we'll keep everybody updated on the progress. And last but not least, it is worth mentioning, thank you for all of you and your discussions and your thoughts, both as subject matter experts, how you articulate it for the record, for those that listen in. But as we bring on other committees, and sometimes they're quiet and you don't hear a thought until they just vote yay or nay. And, you know, we've done some reach out to make sure that they felt that they could interject and say, because sometimes we're very quick to say, no action, and go. And the fact that you guys, there's never a perfect timing and flow because things do happen, but eventually it does come to the top. You do pause it, you do get to be heard. And I just want to say, thank you for doing that. That, you know, that is very important work to be one on the record and to ensure that we hear all of your thoughts, no matter where they land. So just a call out and appreciation. And Maria, I know you have a quick update.
I do. I was going to go through this report that we compiled just about a week ago. We do an annual legislative report on our professional standards statistics. However, I feel like maybe at 2:21 p.m., me going through a 5-page long report about stats is not what everybody's interested in right now. I will release the written report to the policy committee members, either in between meetings or in the packet with next meeting, and we can go through it at that time. I do want to say one very exciting thing that's happening on the professional standards side is that as of this week, we are finally kind of launching and doing our initial wave of onboarding of our new case management system. This should make all of this work that my team does, that I'm so appreciative for, a lot faster, a lot easier to review and analyze. Some of the questions that were asked during this last discussion of, is there any way we can find data on that? Hopefully, you know, this time next year, the answer to that question will be yes, on a lot of interesting points of analysis and kind of trending. However, as it pertains to all of you, there will be some changes that are going to affect our constituents a little bit more directly. The first set of those changes, which is not happening today, but we'll kind of be communicating out as is appropriate, will be that a few of our forms, our F forms that your agencies are used to filling out, are going to be made into web forms so that you can submit them electronically. The first ones we're going to be doing are our F4S, our separation form, and our F28, our criminal history form, which are obviously the forms that lead to the cases that you all decide here in this room. So when we go through the process of finally kind of launching publicly what those web forms look like, where to find them, we'll be sending out communications to the agencies and all of our constituents so that you know how to proceed with them. But those are just some interesting and exciting technological advancements in our professional standards world.
Okay.
Yes, Jennifer.
Bye-bye. I just, an announcement that the January board approved formation of a work group to review maintenance standards. I will share an announcement about that to all of the policy committees because we would like some representation from the Corrections Policy Committee and the Police Policy Committee in reviewing the what is required of a person who is certified to continue to maintain their certification. You know, right now we have that broad 84 hours and it's broken down into certain bits and how that applies and what are the due dates for those. So we want to review those maintenance standards and I just wanted to let you know that that would be something coming forward as a next policy project for some committee input. We'll start that at a work group level. So if anybody already wants to sign up, let me know.
Favor watch too.
Thank you.
All right. Just really quickly, I will echo the deputy director. Thank you for all your work. This only happens because you actually come prepared. You read the cases. We can actually have a discussion. That's the way this should work. This is really, really important work when you think about the results and what we are doing here. So thank you for being prepared. Thank you for participating. Thank you, DPSST, for all the time that you all put into getting these cases out, putting these cases together and those things. I think this group is really working well. And for the weight of what we're doing, I appreciate it. And also some of the confusion sometimes just working through things. We need to have Member Stefan not make quite as many of the motions so we can work on dispersing that out a little bit.
He wants to take a pause every now and then and wait for the rest of us.
Well, I also feel like he's got like open range now because I'm trying not to make the motions anymore. And so Brian's just filling in. So anyway, with that, next policy meeting is going to be May 12th, 2026 at 10 a.m. And with that, everybody, thank you for your time and we are adjourned.
Thank you.